Oh, saints preserve us. Oh my goodness. Oh, I exist in a state of constant sorrow. Oh, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Morning, morning, morning. We were a little late because I was tippity tapping I was tippity tapping on the rewrite, and I'm doing some pretty big rewrites and smoothing things out, fleshing things in. So, yeah, we're slowly chipping away at it. We're getting up to the ending part of the conversation between Michael and Jennifer for the first time. And yeah. In other regards, I finished the first season of No Longer Allowed in Another World, I think. What was it called? Please hold while I get it properly. Yeah, No Longer Allowed in Another World. I was right. Yeah, it was genuinely really, really good. Like, it had good moral lessons all the way through. I like the characterizations. I like that he has agency over whose story he writes and therefore who he sends back. And surprise, surprise, surprise! Again, what didn't expect it. Not even 2 episodes later from where I was yesterday, we get a werewolf hero. I didn't expect it, but we got one. And I like that episode was great. A lot of people from that episode onwards, in that episode, they called him the goat, like the werewolf hero was the goat, and they continued on through the next ones to be like, man, if only that werewolf guy was still around. But yeah, that episode was really really good. And it wasn't what you expected. It was like remember their skills, their powers are directly associated with the regrets and pain that they suffered before they got to this world. So like, okay, how does a dude turning into a werewolf? What's that? And he's like, well, he has all this agony of his body was weak, his legs didn't work properly and everything, right? Your nose for furry heroes is certainly uncanny. I know, right? It's very strange. Yeah. So he was so he was bound in a wheelchair the whole time, and he got bullied a lot. And there's this kid that stood up for him, right? We're talking about another No Longer Allowed in Another World. That anime I talked about yesterday. Because as it turns out, not even an episode or two later, there is a werewolf hero that they run into, a werewolf otherworlder. And so this kid stood up for him. Well, there was one day when the kid was being bullied, and he couldn't do anything because again, his body's weak. He's in a wheelchair. He felt like he was helpless, so he ran away. And in his flight, he felt so miserable and everything that Truck Coon came for him. And it's funny that Truck Coon is an actual character, by the way. But yeah, Truck Coon came for him and brought him to this world. And in this world, his legs worked better. Not perfectly, he still has to walk around on crutches, but he's stronger and he can change, he can force himself to change into the werewolf when he wants to use his strength. And so, doing this, I've said it, alright, third time. No Longer Allowed in Another World. Yeah, I want to talk about this episode because it's so fucking good. But he, while he was here, he didn't face the corruption that a lot of other otherworlders did. And what he had been doing the entire time he was here in this world is he was actually like helping people. And specifically, he was helping an orphanage that was out in the desert. Because there's a desert kingdom and there's an orphanage that's out here. And so they said the orphanage is like there's a mysterious benefactor who leaves us food and supplies and stuff like that. And then the main character realizes that this benefactor has also been going out to fight the monsters, so they won't go anywhere near the orphanage. And so when the orphanage is threatened later, the guy who revealed himself, it's funny because he reveals his reasoning why he does it, and one of the kids calls him a pervert, and he's like, not like that. I don't do it for that reason. Good Lord. But yeah, because he says, because one of the kids who's the main character in the main character's cast, he asks him like, you can come in. I'm sure they would love to have a meal with you and everything. And he's like, no, it's, I get joy out of watching them just eating, watching through the window as they eat. And the kid's like, huh, pervert. He's like, not like that. What the? Don't go spreading that around. But basically, he doesn't want them to feel like they owe him anything. He's doing it out of the kindness of doing it. Which is what draws the main character to him. The author hears him. He overhears the two of them talking at night. And he starts writing the werewolf story. And in the end, when the orphanage gets attacked and one of the children gets kidnapped, he goes into a rage. He turns into his werewolf form and he goes to attack the people. But his mind is starting to slip. All that power is coursing through him, and he's getting into the decision here. Does he actually kill another person? Not monsters, not like destroying vehicles or anything like that. No. Does he actually kill a person? And his mind is falling onto the dial of this person needs to die. But he gets stopped and saved. Oh, it's such a... I really want to show it, honestly. It's such a good fucking episode. And basically that would have been the tipping point between, would he have just finally given in and said like, no, they're just, I'm just going to take this power and use it fully. No, he got saved from that choice. So he got to remain a good person. And remember, he had been a good person the entire time. He had been safeguarding the orphanage. He had been protecting it. He had been helping find food for it. It was funny because the way the episode started, I didn't expect it because we're in a desert, right? But they get attacked by a biker gang, massive air quotes, a biker gang that ride on top of scorpions that have been turned into motorcycles. Because that's the gang leader's power, is he can turn creatures into vehicles. Oh my god. Yeah, it is a very, very creative show. I enjoy it quite thoroughly. I like the conflicts. I like the morals and the lessons that they teach. Like, it is such a good show. Oh, he's a Digimon. Hang on, let me get to... Nope, not that one. Yep, it's this one. I made it to episode 7 before the stream yesterday. It was episode 9. And everyone just in the comments, Like, Saito the goat! Saito the goat! Welcome. I was watching a Synthetic Man stream clip where he was watching a guy talking about Bubsy 3D. Oh no. Oh no. It already sounds like it's a big disaster. We've got to get to reading the stuff I've got written thus far. We got some pages. We got some pages to get through. Yeah, here's our dude the goat. Here, I'll show you without the filter for a second. Here's our dude the goat. Let me mute this. This is that moment. This is that moment where he's just like, ah. Hang on, I'll let him get to it. Again, poor word choice. Just secretly watching everyone eat from outside the window makes me happy. Very poor choice of words. That's shockingly perverted behavior. That's not what I meant. And he said that tank controls would never work for a 3D platformer because, in his words, no one plays platformers for thoughtful gameplay. They play for a flow state. That's more like runners. Runners are played for a flow state. Platformers, no. Like, I don't... Yeah, okay. And that's a statement of all time, that's for sure. Yeah, then he reveals that he's been the wolf that's been protecting them the whole time. I wanted to see if I can get to us, see where you can see him fully. with that pompadour hairdo. Look at that. Look at that pompadour hairdo. Again, I didn't expect it. They're in a desert, for God's sakes. I didn't expect a werewolf to suddenly show up. No, the entire episode revolves around it. Oh. I didn't expect it. Somehow I found another one. Man, I love I genuinely do like the moral lessons and all this, right? I actually like I love his powers that he has, that he writes people's stories. And like, again, when he does this, like, perhaps you are a cowardly man, but at the same time you are kinder than most. This is basically like their second chance to redo what the tragedy, the whole did you not threaten evildoers by day and defeat monsters in the area by night? Yep. Yeah, this whole thing of, like, he's being too hard on himself, and he gets a second chance now to redo the shame he feels, to redo that moment of, like, misery. He gets a chance to go back. Not to, I shouldn't say redo it, but he gets a chance to like take the lessons learned here and apply it to himself back in the real world. Like, I am seriously impressed with this show. For for the concepts and everything that this is a super underrated show. Like, cuz it is genuinely very well written, very well thought through. And I quite enjoy it. And again, it doesn't look terrible, right? It's obviously not like the greatest anime budgets of all time, but it does not look bad. While others succumbed to their desires when they acquired more power than they could wield. Hang on, I'm going to have to filter. No, it's because the temptation is too strong. The problem is the power is corrupting in and of itself. That's been the problem in this other world. The power in itself is too tempting. And he almost fell to that temptation here. So it's better to send them all back. To send all of the isekai people, all the other worlders need to leave. But that doesn't mean he sends them all back. This is what I mean. Like, he chooses whose story he writes. For some of them, like the one whose sin was gluttony, this monstrous piece of shit who was a rich boy who didn't feel anything in his life, and so he tried to kill other people to get some joy to himself. No, he doesn't tell his story, because his story, he calls it boring, pathetic, tragic. It's like, there's nothing there to write about. Instead, he wants to tell the story of the princess who is currently fighting against him. And through his story, he empowers the princess to kill the motherfucker. Like, he doesn't get a second chance. He doesn't get to go back. No, he dies. I genuinely enjoy, like, this idea. But again, the power is just far too tempting. The temptation is too strong. Otherworlders don't start off corrupt, but you got to remember that these are people. So that having such an overpowered abilities, having these like great strengths and everything that are so different from what you had as a weak person before, it's very tempting to use them. And this is pretty deep in when they've seen just how much of a piece of shit Otherworlders can actually be. So again, he's just basically saying, like, unlike all those others who succumb to it, or, let me do it exactly. While others succumbed to their desires when they acquired more power than they could wield, you chose to use your power to help others. You taught me something. It was my arrogance that depicted him as a failure. But here's the thing that's crazy about this is when he goes back because he was a good person. Every person we've seen that goes back, their life has changed for the better. So when we see him getting sent back, and of course all the kids are thankful for him, Mr. Wolf. But when he goes back to where the truck hit him, and he's in his wheelchair and everything, as the truck drives away, Truck-kun has served its purpose. The boy who stood up for him and who's getting the shit beat out of him for doing so comes over to help him, and then at the very, very end, you see something interesting. Uh, hold on a second. Do you see it, chat? Hang on, I'll even get rid of the filter. Do you see it? What is currently happening? The man who was a cripple who couldn't use his legs, he's standing. Yeah, he's being helped up, but still, he's actually standing. So it's kind of like his parting gift for being a good person in the world, right? This is your chance. You are good enough, the author sent you back. And as your reward for going back to your world, your life has changed for the better. And they're not like overwhelming gifts. For his case, he gets to walk again. I said, this show, I really, really enjoy this anime quite a lot. It was just a random choice I made to do it because it reminded me of one of the main characters in Bungo Stray Dogs. So yeah. So it's like he touched a steel ball. I haven't watched JoJo's Steel Ball Run or anything. If that's what you're referencing. That's the only thing I can think of for Steel Ball. I haven't watched it. I've never been a JoJo's fan. I don't like the ass pulls, and it's funny. All the fans of JoJo are like, yeah, the first few seasons are very much, ass pulls, like everywhere. Ho ho! But I had the super secret ability you didn't know about, and I've been working on in secret, and has been kept from the audience the entire time. It's like, okay, okay, sure, thanks. Yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah, and again, that's not for me. I don't get the enjoyment out of that. I like some of the comedy in it, but that stuff pulls me out of it, right? Because the stakes, where are the stakes? But no, it's just constant ass pulls. Now I heard it gets better later, but apparently prosecutors like JoJo is all about that. Oh boy, no, I've heard it gets better later. That's all I've heard. I'm not a fan of that style. It's not for me. Okay, so let's get into the reading. This is the rewrite for Guardians of Nature. Fair enough. But this is the rewrite for Guardians of Nature. We are in Chapter 3. Chapter 3 Choices. And this is all going to be Michael and Jennifer talking to each other thus far. And for what we have thus far. I'm getting to the end of that section. But obviously we're filling in a lot of the blanks. The rewrite is specifically designed to make sure now that everything's concretely in stone for exactly how I want things to work, we need to make sure there's no contradictions, no plot holes. We're adding in additional clues and stuff for the reader to figure things out and put together who's doing what for what reason. That's been all of it. And also this is the foundation for bringing people into the world of Saren, right? This is the first book in Saren. It's the same thing for when we do the first book for Sakara, the first book for Averol and everything. These foundational books, require a lot of explanations in them, And I don't want, again, I don't want to be an asshole. I want them to be that logically makes sense because of this, and that, right? Every one of the books will have some explaining to do, the starter books. So Den of the Arctic Wolf had some exposition stuff in it, quite a lot of it. But again, it's the starting point for what happens in Point Crescent. And again, characters there. It's introducing the Anvaki a little bit, whereas Piercing the Veil is entirely about the Anvaki. It also makes mention of vampires. There are vampires mentioned here in Guardians of Nature, but they're not really present. They just have the dead vampire in the cell, and very very dead. Remember, it was the cell that he said looked like there was enough blood caked on the walls. It looked like a remodeling effort. Yeah, then you have vampires again mentioned here. Vampires mentioned Den of the Arctic Wolf, but Seekers of Redemption is all about vampires and from their perspective. The werefoxes are mentioned in Guardians of Nature and in Den of the Arctic Wolf, but they don't show up. But if werefox will show up in Seekers of Redemption. Ooh. Yeah, like basically it's just flushing in the world, right? All right, so Chapter 3, Choices. Michael could not help the low growl that radiated from his chest as he hurried through the visitor center's lobby. The woman, as damnable as those insufferable foxes, kept pace with him while bearing a smile writ large on her face. At the moment he just wanted some time to think through the situation and how best to remove this woman as a potential threat. Yet part of his mind had to wonder at the obvious. Was it really necessary? Was this all set in motion by the Ander? How did her car even suffer the damage it had? For there was nothing in the road as Michael's truck approached. These questions began circulating through his head, slowing his pace as he opened the office doors and stepped inside. Yet Jennifer barged her way in right behind him and gave an audible huff at his current refusal to speak. Why the silent treatment all of a sudden? I just want to know more. It's not like I'm demanding payment or anything. This made Michael frown and look at the cameras situated all around the center, and especially in the offices. He was at least thankful they were not designed to record audio to save space on the storage drives. He did, however, have to remind himself not to appear as overly aggressive or hostile on the recordings. He could always wipe the drives. It was a technique known to his kind, and all it took was the sacrifice of a camera or something with the capability to take pictures. However, if the recording was to suddenly go missing or become corrupted, it would cast heavy suspicion on him. It took a lot of work to get his position in the Rangers, even with the forestry departments being so heavily infiltrated by the Wolverine and other shapeshifters. Look, lass, you have me in an awkward position. I dinna really know ye. How can we possibly trust ye with a secret like this? So it is a we. There's more than just you? That's so cool. And what? You want to kill me just for knowing? Doesn't that seem silly? I am firmly on Team Wolf. Michael looked at her with an exacerbated expression that showed he was even more uncertain than he had been before. You don't even know what Team Wolf stands for, lass. You're nae thinking with your head, but your lust. Your strange desires for... His words drifted off as he started thinking through what he was saying, the odd hypocrisy of it striking him. Thus he changed course. What if I were to go right this second to kill your family? Would you still be so charitable? Jennifer had to resist the urge to make a snap answer, and that made her stop and think about the man's words. Was her lustful fantasies just carrying her away? The fact she was so eager to answer him certainly seemed to suggest that. Naturally, she would be horrified if he attacked her family, but perhaps the Ranger was right once more. Well, I admit you may be correct, but I suppose I look at it this way instead. I am very willing and eager to listen to what the wolf side is. Does that not count for anything? Michael closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he began to think for a time. It was true she hadn't panicked or screamed. She hadn't even raised a fuss while the radio was active at all. If she had done so, the die would have been cast towards disaster. Yet she not only remained calm, but was overly enthusiastic. Was it so terrible that her baser desires kept her composure? At least she was a human that was willing to listen, even if that attention came at the price of her desires and fantasies. It wasn't as if she was the only human in history to do so, nor would she have been the only one that wished to pair with one of the Wolverine. The Wolf-bloods got their start somewhere, after all, and this extended to all the various shifters and species out there. Perhaps there was a strange kernel in some people, be they human, dwarf, elf, or any of the myriad others, that sought out such companionship. Nay, lass, ye are right. We are at least willing... Ye are at least willing to listen, and that do be good counting in your favour. So, I will give ye a chance to do so. Her face seemed to light up with excitement, and a small, joyous yea erupted from her, cutting off his words. But, just nay up front, this be an awkward spot to be in, and that has me frustrated and in poor spirits. I understand. A part of you has been exposed you didn't wish to be. I'm very much on the receiving end of that tonight, as you may well remember. The ranger nodded his head some, and recalled the revelations about this woman's taste being so unceremoniously unveiled. I know it may just be because of that want in me, but I do intend to listen and learn. I'm incredibly curious. Could I be, you know... What? One of us? The woman nodded her head eagerly, and answered before he could continue. Yes, absolutely. If I could be a wolf too, that would be incredible. Look, lass, I will answer ye truthful on that, but it may be the same thing. Ye could... The man leaned in and pointed a finger for emphasis. Could gain some ability like what me kind have, but it's nae the same thing. You won't suddenly be one of us. You would be a lesser version of the true state, an imitation without our gifts and abilities. It is exceptionally painful, and cannot be undone, nor will I inflict that upon ye now. Jennifer's eyes were positively radiant. Oh, yeah, that was made obvious in the first chapter, when the box that had the wolf tail and wolf ears in it was found. That's why it was so unceremoniously, discovered, and Michael was like, why am I the one that always runs into the weirdos? Jennifer's eyes were positively radiant as the thoughts crossed through her head. So there was a curse, something that was a commonly held belief in werewolf fiction and media. But what did he mean it was an imitation without gifts? Was she able to turn into a wolf, or rather a half-wolf hybrid? If so, that is all the benefit she needed to hear. Having pain as a downside was little obstacle to even the chance of living out a part of her fantasies. So what are the downsides? Michael looked at her for a moment, dumbstruck as to what to say, his mind instantly bouncing off a wall of utter confusion that he had clearly heard... As she had clearly heard him, but had seemed to write off part of it. It'd be exceptionally painful. The worst agony you could ever even imagine. You will writhe and scream in agony and beg for death. I'll get over that. What else? Her snapped words had cut off his thoughts once more, and he couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. If there was any tell that could be gleaned from knowing of the Wolverine, it was the subtle unconscious mannerisms that played out even when assuming one of the other forms. Lass, Oh, spirits, give me strength. Let's move past that for now. I only meant to answer you truthful, and I done such, as them spirits can attest. But you need to learn at least some of what we are. Part of that is being less open and risking exposure. Jennifer listened to his words, but slowly crossed her arms beneath her chest and turned her head down to stare intently at him. Look, Mr. Wolf with one F. It is just you and me talking here. I'm not shouting it from the rooftops, or calling all my friends and screaming wolfmen are real. There is no upcoming press conference or tell-all novel. I want to know as much as I can about you and your kind. Everything. Well, Everything you're willing to share, that is. She suddenly realized a part of what the ranger meant, and that was to ease up on forcing her way deeply inside. Michael himself frowned and tilted his head once again, but caught himself this time and corrected his posture. His thoughts once more turned back and forth if this was a good idea or not. But it wasn't that she was wrong, just overzealous and overeager. This was not something unique to the people of the world. Even the Wolf-bloods and fresh Wolverine would easily come under such a label. For now, he decided that it would be okay to give bits of information and test her along the way. It wasn't his plan to mentor some lowly human, but in that he realized a part of his own weakness, that he already wanted to cast himself and his kind apart from them. The mandate by which his people lived may not have outright stated humans or any species in it, but it was clear they were meant to be the bridge between. After all, people were part of nature, and the natural order, too. It wasn't his place to cast such aspersions on them. Such thinking was why those damnable foxes were considered too clever for their own good. Well, firstly, you need to show a bit of grace that I'm letting you live. 'Tis is a serious, deadly so, secret that needs keeping. You know your histories, eh? Remember what the world did when the dragons were unveiled. Imagine what they'd do if they thought your neighbor could be one of us instead. Secondly, I'll teach you when I feel like it. At the moment I'm feeling a mite cross and temperamental, as you well can imagine why. I know part of it is me being pissed at my own mistake. And I like this job, so I nae want to lose it. So, the fables are true? The ones about werewolves having incredible rage and fury? Michael sighed some and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was one of the common tropes presented in any form of media surrounding them, but most frustratingly, there was a kernel of truth in there. In a sense, that be true, aye? But that be when we awaken to who we truly be. Imagine it like a catalyst, if you will, for that change in us. Our people trace back to Meraxes himself, who gifted our progenitor his divine wrath to save his beloved, and that wrath nae affects us all down the line. So when we awaken, that wrath bursts forth. But it be a temporary ailment. Jennifer gave a soft hum as she listened to his words before suddenly perking up as he finished. You wolves believe in Meraxes? I may be misremembering, but isn't that just a dragon thing? Or I guess those allied with dragons? Michael nodded his head even before she finished speaking. Our people are one of them. Charged by Meraxes himself to defend nature, the spirits, and the natural order we are. That rat was a gift, aye, but nae meant for all of us. So when it affected our kind, Meraxes swore to safeguard us from it. But it do release itself when we first become our true selves. Why do I get the craziest furries? Meraxes, you are my fluffiest boy. No, that would be more aligned for William. That would be Monty would be like, you are my fluffiest boy. Who is the goodest boy? Much to William's unfortunateness, which will be explored more in Grey Wolf, the trials he goes through. Because, again, being a chosen one is not presented as, like, the greatest be-all, end-all thing, right? Being at the center stage of the play and your audience are the gods and everything themselves. Not an enviable position to be in. So, Meraxes is real? Like, I always just thought he was, just an ideal or one of those phantom deities used to keep people, or dragons, in line. Michael gave a soft chuckle and then waved a hand idly. Nay, he be real all right. Only seen a glimpse of his avatar once. He descended to speak with Haderix and our esteemed elders. 'Tis was back in the Clanhold's mind, near to the end of the war, about 11 years back. He laid out everything that was happening, and how Tiswar had shifted the world on a course it could nae be swayed from. Are we truly too strong that brings down the wicked, or will we be too weak expecting the strong to save us from fate? If we become the latter, he'll nae bring aid. Jennifer furrowed her brow and tapped at her chin. She listened to the man before taking in a soft breath to speak. I never understood that. Doesn't it seem so callous? Well, I suppose I don't know what his teachings truly are, or even what he's actually like. It isn't exactly taught beyond lip service that he exists. Kind of like a footnote in classes back at school. Even then, said footnotes were only if you even took a class dealing with the Third World War or theology. So, you would have to seek out any actual information. Well, maybe that will be your first lesson proper. I have given a lot of information thus far, but perhaps this would be a good foundational lesson to ye. To understand us, toes that shift between firms, you need to understand the teachings by which we live and die. Jennifer nodded her head and slowly leaned back against a nearby wall, getting comfortable before she waited for him to continue. Michael, on the other hand, looked up at the clock on the wall and tapped his foot a bit before taking a deep breath. He wanted to make sure he had the time to answer questions honestly, and though his caste were the spiritual leaders of the Wolverine, he was no preacher. He didn't give the sermons or tend to the spiritual needs of his fellow wolves. His talents lay closer to his connection to the Ander, and he would often spend his free time in communion with the spirits within the tribe's Horgar, protected by the Steinverki. Well, first, let me tell ye about the trifecta. The idea of three beings making up the entirety of existence. Nay on a philosophical level, but on a deeper, more personal level. Meraxis tells us there are three types of people in the world, regardless of species. To weak, to wicked, and to strong. In traditional fables, tales, and myths of old, ideals of heroism, nobility, chivalry, to strong are charged to defend the weak from the wicked. Jennifer nodded along with his words, a subconscious act while processing information she heard. It stood as a similar automation of Wolverine tilting their heads, as wolves were wont to do. Meraxis teaches that this is in fact a shackled existence, forcing those with strength to obey and adhere to the mulings of the weak, because the weak fear them. It is entitlement. Whoa, whoa. Whoa. It is entitlement, encouraging laziness on the part of the weak, who believe someone else will come save them and put in all to hard work on their behalf. In truth, the strong are nae charged to defend those that nae even try to defend themselves, but instead to combat, thwart, and destroy the wicked in all things. To be the crusaders that bring down evil. In so doing, the burdens on the weak are lessened. Yet, all too easily, the strong can become the wicked, when they allow their strength to consume them and turn to cruelty and vice against the weak. This is nae to say the weak are nae but chattel or herd of sheep, for the weak can choose to become strong, just from the choice and wishing to stand for themselves. Stand for themselves. This is encouraged, for we all start as the weak, and it is through our choices and dedication that we become strong. Does that all make sense? Michael was unsure if he had explained it properly to her. After all, he wasn't going into the finer details or examples yet. He wasn't one of the Guthi priests, but a simple Guthi born on the crescent moon who did his best to stand strong and help combat the wicked of the world. I don't know if you are to not protect the weak. Would that not include the spirits or nature? Shouldn't they look after themselves? Jennifer looked at the ranger and expected some sort of annoyance at questioning the base values. Instead, she saw the man offer a smile and nod his head. Aye. It seems to be a contradiction, don't it? Nature seems helpless in our eyes when compared to the will to shape things in the moment. Nature is nae weak, though. It is adaptable and enduring. Great storms rage. Storms rages. Great storms rage, and trees fly to splinters in lightning's embrace. And yet, those fallen trees become the seedbed for mere life to grow. Yet nature be wild and chaotic. It grows everywhere it can grow, even if it be a detriment to itself. Ye have walked amongst nature afore, aye? I have, Jennifer responded, curious where he was going with this and its connection to the trifecta. If ye have ever been to the deep woods, overhead canopy so thick light nae reach the surface, what do you see? Plant life on the ground be stifled, suffocated and lifeless. Barren soils of Saturn herself showing through everywhere. Nature is nae perfect. In this we give it a helping hand. Trim back some trees to let light grace the soils. Plant new growths to prevent soil erosion or ensure a mudslide nae occurs. Nature is the fury and power of the storms to bring everlasting change, and to will to grow anew to the best capabilities it can. In protecting nature, we are nae just helping it, but it be like protecting the ability to breathe. It is the essence of life itself. Conversely, the natural order is nae about nature itself. That would be redundant, aye? Instead, it is to thwart those things that would prevent or corrupt the cycle of the world. Corpse puppeteers, zombified husks, walking skeletons that hunt living out of the jealousy for their life. Demons that would seek to bend all to the will, and Jennifer's eyes suddenly lit up. Demons are real? Michael stumbled a little and looked at her. His expression turned hard and his eyes spoke of the seriousness as he looked directly at her. Aye, that they are, sadly. Pure evil, true and true. They speak in Rosarian, or to Dwarven Tang, or any other language, to deceive, manipulate, consume all the living to adhere to the vices that control daemonkind. Thus our guardianship, or nature, and to natural order make us enemies evermore to them demons and their wicked followers. We cannot spurn that duty, for that would be like madness, spiting to err, 'cause it can nae defend itself until we all choke. 'Tis extends to the spirits, or as me kind calls them ander, who are tied to existence itself. Each spirit be its own being, and those that have will are their own existence. To me kind, they offer wisdoms and teachings. Their strength lies in their direct ties between this world and that of the divine itself. Because we protect them, those spirits oft times offer us training, and to use powerful gifts and boons from their teachings for our own ends. For example, though I cannot show ye nae with the cameras and all, but because I learned from the great Mani herself, I can curl to me hand a crescent sickle to use, be it defensive, offensive, or as a tool to harvest what I need. So, Jennifer processed the words once more, her eyes lighting up in excitement as she thought through the idea of werewolves with powers and abilities. Because you watch over them, they grant you special powers if you ask? Ha! Oh, lass, I wish that were true. Nay, just if we ask. The spirits be individuals, and those individuals have wants and desires of their own. Our defense ensures the spirits feel comfortable in interacting between the planes, and some take that as payment enough, aye? But most, though, have gotten a wee bit complacent like. These ones ask for something in addition, for granting their wisdom. To be fair, some of that wisdom is a mighty power, and thus holds far greater value. I even went on a long quest to earn the capability to call lightning from the sky. The ranger looked incredibly pleased with himself, and Jennifer had to admit that the ability to zap something with a lightning bolt would be rather strong indeed. She did still need time to mull things over a bit more, wanting to understand the point of view of a creature she had often fantasized about. One hang-up she still had was the idea of a crusader being better than a chivalrous knight, and thus she wanted to ask. Admittedly, to herself especially, this was the first time she had ever tried to comprehend the philosophy presented. I get some of it, and the powers do sound incredibly great, but... Her voice trailed off some as she searched for the right words, until at last speaking up once more. It feels like the strong should protect the weak. What if someone that is strong does that anyways? And that's what we're up to in the rewrite thus far. So again, like I said, massively fleshing things out, adding in more details, more bits of the characterizations in between the words. Because in real time, this conversation would probably be like 5 minutes long, right? So it's one of those things like, in real time, you wouldn't have people being spasmy, jerky, and can't stay still at all. Here, it's just the subtle movements, things like that. Things called back to attention to kind of break up the fact that it's dialogue, right? But this is a conversation that's short. For all the information being presented, it's a very, very brief look. If you were to have this conversation with somebody else, how long would it actually take? All right. But yeah, that's what we're up to now. So yeah, that's these are the rewrites for Guardians of Nature for the first book. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. Now, oh shit, I didn't have it up. Hang on. All right. 17 minutes into the movie. Chat. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Yeah, okay, I guess before we go into it, let me ask a question. Do you guys I know we've talked about a lot, but do you guys, from what has been presented, do you guys understand like Marax's philosophy, right? I am stalling a little longer. Just a wee bit. Yeah, 17 minutes. What was it? 4 hours? And we got 17 minutes in because there's just that much wrong to talk about. Okay, good, because I wanted to also explain like why he doesn't mention it here exactly, but it's implied quite heavily, right? That Maraxus is a firm believer in he'll help those that help themselves. He specifically in his wording with regards to the weak, right? The weak aren't just like, oh, they're physically inept or anything like that. No. The weak are those that choose not to stand up for themselves. The weak are those that choose not to, like, want to lift a finger or take responsibility for themselves. It's not mentioned in the rewrite yet, but it was in the base novel, or in the base first draft. But Michael tries to make clear to Jennifer that she's not weak. She's weak in one sense of the word, but she's actually choosing to take responsibility for herself. Hence why she has the taser and the pepper spray, right? You're actually trying to make an effort now to look after yourself. You're on the road to becoming strong. You're not strong yet, but you're getting there, right? Only ones that can help themselves are ones who try to do it. Exactly. You don't have to be, this isn't a situation where like you need to be the biggest buff bodybuilder and therefore you're strong. No, no. Through the sheer act of trying to stand up for yourself, to trying to protect yourself, that is what makes you strong. You don't need to be physically strong. You can be mentally strong. You can be incredibly wise and offer your wisdom to help others. Like, strength isn't just in physical power and through arms. This is also part of what makes the spirits strong. The spirits can be physically strong themselves. They can be powerful. But their strength is their wisdom and knowledge that they can gift. That is what makes spirits incredibly fucking strong. But of course, you have the Ander, the spirits, and you have the Fjander, the evil spirits, the predators, the shades, the spirits that turn to more malevolence for any number of reasons. Some of them feel wronged or spurned. Some of them just don't like people in general. Like, there's any number of reasons why this would happen. Whoa, excuse me. Yeah, another thing is, Meraxes is very much a firm believer in if you give people too much of what they want, they become complacent. They then expect you to continue giving them everything they desire. Like, if you as a god do all the work for somebody, they will then stop trying to do the work themselves, and I leave it in your hands for everything. Which is not what he wants. He wants them to have strength. He wants them not to fall to become the weak. And if he gifts people everything they ask for all the time, that easily turns into corruption. Because then if they're denied anything, like if their mind jumps to, well, I want this, and they get denied that, they have now been spurned, and that is a way worse offense than if they are somebody who hasn't received anything ever because they don't put in the work, and they're still not receiving anything. Whereas somebody who's putting in all the work, and they are at their lowest point, and they ask for help, Meraxes will help that person. Because they are simply somebody who stumbled. They are someone who is trying, who is making an active effort, who wants to be strong, and they have now faltered. So he helps that person. By the way, I guess a little bit of a subtext. This is why Meraxes gave a sign about Victoria Vink. Victoria is not physically strong. But what was Victoria? What was her entire storyline, right? Victoria comes from the notorious Vink family, a ruthlessly, brutally ruthless crime family. She is the princess to be. But she's a good person, and she wants to change what the family's about, but she realizes she can't. So she abandons the family. She takes from them what they most value, that money. She steals it and she drives away with it. She is showing her own strength. She will not have her will broken. She will be a good person, and she will hurt the people that she knows to be wicked. Because her family are genuinely wicked. It was, remember, the last straw in Victoria's mind was the fact that, that pun, the last straw in Victoria's mind was when the youngest direct child of the Vinks turned out to be a piece of shit too. They reveled in the power that the family had. And that was kind of like the straw that was like, that's it. Like, I can't trust that any of you will ever change, that you'll ever be a good person. So I'm going to leave. I can't stay in the den of vipers any longer. And while I leave, I'm going to make sure I hurt you on the way out. Now, that could seem petty and vindictive, but again, like I said, I made it's in lip service thus far. We will get into the Vinks themselves more intimately when it comes to the sequel to Den of the Arctic Wolf and in House of Desires, which follows Smiling Wolf Studios, because Smiling Wolf Studios gets in lots of fights with the Vink family. Like, basically, they're the thing that is denying the Vinks from taking over Lapradia. And the Vinks want it. They want the ports. They want the docks. Yeah, what a terrible pun. A diamond in the rough. Or, now, a diamond in the rough. Roof. Also, I don't know. I like that. Again, it's a bit egotistical, but I just like the joke, the inside joke now that Point Crescent will like try to give doggy treats to who they suspect are werewolves in their town. Like, I just think that's funny. I also think it's funny that it was Derek who was the one that first wanted to try it. He's like, you know what? I've always been curious. We're in a life or death situation. This is my bucket list. I'm gonna try eating a dog treat. And he's like, these are actually way better than I thought they would be. And then what are the next thing we see? The next thing we see after Derek has tried the dog treats, they're walking along with Alex and David walking beside him, and they're all three eating dog treats now. Because it's way better than they expected it to be. Hang on, let's go to that one. So we'll do the little brief thing here. Again, it's delaying a little bit. It was clear Corey wasn't that put at ease by the assertions, but at least he wasn't freaking out. The mood, though, was clearly lesser than it had been while they made their way to the front doors of the general store. It was at this time that Derek showed back up with a cart filled with refills for table salt. The other three could not turn their gaze away from the man, though, as he held a very different item in his hands while pushing the cart forward with his elbows. What? Another crunch came as he took something from the bag and slipped it into his mouth before biting down. The three other men looked at him for a long time before he suddenly clocked on and raised the bag up. A bag of dog treats. Oh, I was always curious, you know? Dog spirit, see a lot of dogs, beg for these, and, well... Even as he spoke, he fished another out and brought it to his mouth to begin chewing on it once more. He then looked at the three others and offered the bag out towards them. Dare tasty. Corey immediately refused before he watched his other two compatriots look between each other and then shrug. I must admit, I hadn't thought of it before, but I'm curious now. Alex spoke up and both of them approached to take a snack each. It was at this moment when Corey's face twisted into pure disgust and his mouth hung open in disbelief. It was also at this moment that the deputy's worries and fears about the spirit world were lessened. Yep. That's they're like, oh, these doggy treats are actually pretty nice. It's weird. So now you have the werewolves and the dog spirit are now all eating dog treats, which has now turned into an inside joke throughout the town of Point Crescent, and it's because Corey is basically telling people, you know, like, hey, you know what you should really offer the sheriff? What he'd really like? Give him a doggy treat. fuck you. I hope you get closed down. Okay. Right. Right. Enough delays. Enough delays. It's time, chat. It's time to look at... Oh my god, the hideousness. Yeah. We're back. Okay, make sure we got subtitles on. Good. Good, good, good. Excuse me. Excuse me. Right. So, this is when Judy starts, like, putting pieces together and everything like that and what she's going to do. And this is where we once again are going to have Judy just deciding unilaterally that we're going to commit some more crimes. Because why not? Again, Judy has always been a corrupt cop. She might as well stick with the stereotype. Obviously, yeah. Again, like I said, the enshittification of Nick, that he's a slob and everything like that. Like, remember, he used his Partners for Dummies to literally hold the table up instead of actually reading it. Judy makes 5 leaps of logic, but it works out anyway. Yeah. I don't understand how her leaps of logic to be like, snakes haven't been seen in 100 years. It's 100th anniversary of the Weather Wall. The book that's going to be about the creation of the Weather Wall will be exposed. There was a brochure about this ceremony in the snake's crate. The snake is going to try to steal the book. What? How? What? How? What? How? Also, okay, if you think that, tell the police. Tell everybody that's going to actually be there. That, be on the lookout. If you were a rational person, right? If you weren't a prima donna, arrogant piece of shit obsessed with your own legend and making, you would just tell the other officers, hey, like, Chief Bogo, listen to me. I believe the snake is going to try to steal the book. You don't have to believe me that's a snake or anything. Watch the book intently. Like, just watch the book intently. You don't have to believe me it's a snake. Just keep your eye on that book. That's all you got to do. But of course not. Of course we don't do the rational or logical thing, because then the plot wouldn't happen, right? And I hate that people use that as an excuse, like, but if they did that, the movie wouldn't happen. It's like, one, it would happen just in a different way. Like, I'm tired of this whole thing, like, all the terrible writing and everything had to play out that way for the movie to play out. It's like, that does not excuse it being a terrible writing and all these fucking inconveniences. It's like, write a better story. You don't need it. The movie is not required to play out this way. This is shit. Fix it. Don't play out the movie this way. Oh yeah, a lazy excuse for lazy writers. Absolutely. Ugh. The stolen van with the skin is from the same catering company that's working the gala. Uh-huh. Again, the catering van being the same that's working the gala. One of the biggest events out there. That doesn't mean anything. Like, okay, tell them to check the catering vans. That's fine. Tell them there's going to be one that's suspicious. That's fine. But how many catering companies are going to be working the gala, right? The fact it's all one company, that's kind of the unbelievable part, considering this is supposed to be a huge mega event, right? But, whatever. It's a massive catering company that's now working for this. The catering company is going to be working the gala. Okay. Fine. Unfortunately, Judy's main motivation is not doing good, it's proving herself. 100%. She's obsessed with her own legend. Funnily enough, there's another animated movie with talking animals that specifically was about this. For mega events like this, I would guess at least 12. Like, yeah, how huge is this catering company? You know what I mean? Like they show they have a fleet of vans and everything. It's like that's a big ass company. Normally, if you have catering events that are this extreme, you'll have one that'll act as the primary, who will be the go between the client and the rest of the catering groups, and then you'll have multiple catering staff who will focus and specialize in an area. Like we'll have a catering group specifically for baked goods, a group specifically for the desserts, a catering group specifically for the refreshments and drinks and things like that. You can make sure all the alcohol and wines and everything are up to snuff. You'll have a group that'll be done for the main course meals, the one who will be doing the salad bars and stuff. Because you need to oh, what's the word for it? Yeah. Hmm? I know people. Like the reason I'm saying this because I know people that work in catering, right? I know people that specifically work in catering, and this is how it functions. So it's one of those things of like you like for the amount of fans that are there, and for how big the event is. This catering company has to be enormous. Like, holy shit. Because what you want to do is you want to specialize the amount of cooking that's required, and you want to make sure it's all up to like a high quality. Because remember, you're not just cooking one big tray of pasta. As an example, like if you're doing egg noodles and with gravy and things like that, you're not just cooking one tray. You're cooking 4 trays. Okay? For an event this big, that's a lot of pasta. That's a lot of gravy needed. So it makes sense to basically separate out and be like, okay, you're going to be the desserts, you're going to be the baked goods, you're going to be the refreshments, you're going to be, so on and so forth, right? It makes sense to delegate. It makes sense to delegate out to other catering groups. You all work together as one unit to get this event done, but you have, I'm the main one that's been hired. I am now subcontracting to you guys. This is what you're gonna focus on in each area, and we will know through the worksheets and everything who did what. And that way, you have this too, so that you can shine. It's not just a sharing the spotlight thing, but you can shine in your area. It's like, hey, we've been tapped to do the desserts. Let's make the best damn desserts they've ever seen, so that when people are like, I want to plan my wedding, who did the desserts? You then go back to the books and be like, hey, this catering company did the desserts. Those desserts were fucking fantastic. Yeah. And if someone fucked up, you'll know who did it. Exactly. Again, we're talking about big events. I'm not talking about like a wedding. A wedding, you could get away with like one catering group. Depending on the size of the wedding, maybe 2 or 3 catering groups working together. But when we're talking about a 100th anniversary gala, phew, that is a huge event. Like, good lord. Listen to me. Venomous snakes tried to steal the Linksley's journal before. What if they're back to do it again? And again, I hate the fact that he's being a jokester. Like, they tried to steal the journal before, right? No taking Zootopia in forever, okay? Even if they had feet. I hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate it. Yeah. But anyways, we'll get to the event. Let me put a pin in the catering thing, because okay, we'll put a pin in that. I want to see the actual size of the event. But again, look at this mess. Does this look like the area of somebody who's very competent, right? Like, especially the fucking string of Christmas lights. Like the pizza that's just sitting on the ground. Everything like, holy shit, dude. They're just making Nick look so bad. Yes, this is a girl thing. Guys don't do this. If no, hang on, wait. It's funny because hang on. Which one is it? Here we go. Convergences. Jennifer looked around her room, and this is the first draft, by the way. This has not been rewritten yet. This is the first draft. Jennifer looked around her room and had a moment of self-reflection. I really am a freak. Her thoughts brought a swell of despair to her when she looked at the artwork she had on the walls and the strands of lights hanging around the windows. It was the bedroom of an immature girl, not a woman that had faced hardship and overcome it. Like, was already there. I don't understand what it is. I almost wonder if they think it's like more majestic or mystical looking to just have like lights hanging everywhere. But it's just weird. I'm just gonna put string lights everywhere. Fairy lights everywhere. Like, why? Why would you do that? He was more of a functional being when he lived under a bridge, for fuck's sakes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alright, back to boop. He thinks the pizza is at the door, which he's excited about. And it's not pizza, unfortunately. Look, we're already in the hot seat, Carrots, and pizza's here. Gotta go. And then it turns out it's Judy at the door. She just bursts in. Again, she just bursts into his life. Once again. But Nick is the source of her worries, right? Nick is the source of her worries. No, look at her. She's literally bursting into his house. Yeah, she wasted the pizza. The pizza! Ugh. This is fucking weird. 100% believe a Californian thinks that's how men decorate their rooms. Yeah, probably. Oh. I hate the fact that this is what we're at, right? That it's all Nick's fault. Everything's Nick's fault, but we constantly see it's Judy that barges in. It's Judy that does everything wrong, but no, Nick is to blame. It's that whole like men go off to war, women most affected. It's like shut the fuck up. Do you know how hard it was for me staying here in comfort and safety and taking our daughter to ice cream socials and everything while you were out there nearly dying and getting your head blown off? Do you know how hard it was for me? Like, hey, there's a particular place in hell for those women. There's a very particular place in hell for them. And I hope they enjoy it. And fucking the neighbor? Oh my god. Yeah. Sheesh. And we don't want to talk about the number of Dear Johns. Holy shit. I became a Tumblr activist because you did not keep me in check. Ree! I cucked you. Yep. Yep. Again, so she's never been here before. She just barges in to his life. Just barges straight in. Yikes. No wonder you never invite me over. What are you doing? Oh god, that reminds me of that awful He-Man reboot where his sister complains to him that she was the one most affected by his death to his face. Yeah. Just those are the women that most need to be gone from the world. Like, holy shit. It's all about you, isn't it? Oh my god. I'm the one that fucking died, but no, you're the one that suffered the most. Yeah, piss off. And then again, she takes a picture of it. Also, I need to ask, because I don't think this is true. Foxes are solitary. Like, this is... Are foxes known for being solitary? I guess I should ask that. You'd think they would be a little more social. I guess let's look at it. Hold on. Foxes are generally considered solitary hunters rather than pack animals like wolves, but they are not strictly solitary. While they often forage alone, they live in small family groups. A dog, vixen, and kits. During breeding and rearing seasons, and some species, such as Arctic foxes and fennec foxes, are more social. Okay, well there you go. Cat software running on dog hardware, as some describe it. You know what? That's a pretty good description, I think. Yeah. But again, Nick here is entirely right. He's trying to explain to her, like, look, we go and you're wrong. Chief Beef. Yeah. And if we don't get a win soon, again, she's not looking at it in terms of doing her job and doing her duty. It's all about a win for her. All of this is for her own ego. Everything she does is to self-aggrandize herself. All of it. Everything. Everything is done for her ego. It's me. It's a win. It's a win for us. Right? She tries to frame it as that, but Nick is clearly the one that's trying to be like, look, I want to do the job, right? Isn't Nick's whole thing is he desperately wanted to belong and repress those feelings when he got rejected? They never learned any lessons from the first movie. In fact, I don't even think the people that made this movie watched the first movie. Remember, the first movie was bad. Like, it was genuinely bad. This is so much worse on every level. Because it still fucks up what came immediately before it, right? Like, again, Judy is just the worst. I guess she's the worst. She's obsessed with her own fucking legend. And if we don't get a win soon and prove we're great partners, the chief will split us up anyway. Check the perimeter, snoop a little. We find nothing, we bail. No, again, she is putting a false... This is a false dilemma, right? Writers of sequels never looked at the original. Many such cases, unfortunately. This is a false dilemma that she's presenting here. Already. She says they need a win, otherwise the chief will split them up anyways. That's not true. If they actually just be good cops. Judy, if you stop being a corrupt, arrogant piece of shit, there won't be any problems. If you just do your job, he has no reason to split you up. It's the fact that you don't do your jobs. It's the fact that you arrogantly presume you are better than everyone else at doing everyone's jobs. That's the problem. Yeah, all of this was in her mind. This is not actually a dilemma that is being presented to her. This is her arrogance and her own ego, like, that is screaming at her that this is the way it will be. Yep, family unit is a common occurrence within smarter predators' lives, but a movie especially like that would never want to touch on that subject. Yeah, that's true. Family units are very verboten in fucking woke ideologies. You're not allowed to have families. If I'm right, no one will question whether you and I belong together again. We need this. Again, I have no idea why. Nick is smart in this. I don't know why he says fine. Here. Nick, you know that what she said isn't true. You know that what she just said is total fucking malarkey. That's not true in the slightest. It's fucking weird. But we'll still have to get through security. And in Fancy Town, a fox and a bunny won't exactly blend in. Oof. And again, her disguise is to not be disguised, right? Her entire disguise here is that they're not actually going to be disguised. They are going to go as in their fucking meter-made police uniforms and everything, right? That's her plan. No disguise. The disguises come later. No, they're just going to waltz in past the initial security roadblock this way, right? You say what no pussy does to a motherfucker, but I've seen what pussy does to a motherfucker, and it's much worse. Oh. It's just terrible. So yeah, no disguise. And the only reason it works, this is the part that pisses me off the most. The only reason it works is because Clawhauser is a morbidly obese moron. I shit you not. That's the only reason it works. Again, look at how big this event is, by the way. Look at this event. Hold on. Do you see the line of cars coming to the gala? This is a huge event. Right? This is big. And one catering company is all that is going to be trying to cater this shindig? Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Good luck. Good luck. Ugh. And look at this. This is just the outside of it. Look, I'll get to it. It goes by quickly, but they do a quick zoom in of the people waiting there, right? No, it wasn't invite only because there's the concert here, too. That's outside. I'm going to try to get so you guys can see how big this is. Look. The internal part is more invite only, but you have the fucking concert going on here outside. Like, oh my god. Like I said, this goes by really quick. I'll show you how fast this goes by. Here's something like whee, whoop, and we're in. And then of course, Gazelle with all the tiger dancers. Like I said, I unironically associate Gazelle. The only reason Gazelle is pro-Predator is because she's getting the equivalent of blacked in this universe, right? Oh. There are no other dancers. There are always predator dancers around her at all times. I think she has a type. Well, apparently that's accurate to IRL Shakira. Well, there you go. Oof, imagine dressing like that in the outside of the snow area. Oh, wait. Yeah, exactly. You gotta remember, they got fur. See? Look. Like, people coming in, more and more people coming in for the gala. And then this, just look at these fucking weather walls. These things drive me insane. Look, they're just the amount of pressure. They're just fire, ice, boom, kaboom, big ice beams. And I know that this is all like powdered, crystallized ice, or like, you know what I mean? It's ice flakes and everything. But holy shit. Holy shit. All these weather walls annoy the shit out of me for existing. Worst part is the tigers are Indian? Oh no. Again, this is the only reason why this stupid plan works. Clawhauser is here dancing and crazily flailing around to let through traffic. Oh, cats and lights, I know better. So, why isn't it affecting you, Clawhauser? Why are you not affected by the light? Are you not a cat? And again, this is a stupid ass joke to show that Clawhauser is a moron, to then allow for Nick and Judy to get around behind him. See? It's the only reason it works. That's the only reason it works. That's the only reason they get past the outer layer. This is the thing I don't get either. Like, hold on. We need to. I think I went too far back. Or did I go too far forward? I think I went forward. I went forward. I'll get to it, but Mr. Big doesn't like his picture being taken, apparently. And I don't know how they think that this stop suddenly like made all the other pictures vanish. Look, they just take this wolf's camera, smash it. You do understand. You do understand that this is being like live televised. The pictures aren't the only thing. Like what are you doing? Why would you do that? Why? Why? I get they want to show, oh, it's the mob, but you don't need them to do something that's so utterly pointless. Like, I don't want my picture taken here at the gala. of the thousands of camera flashes and literal live news feeds that are being broadcast. Like, what? How is what is your thought process here, Mr. Big? What are you what exactly are you trying to prevent? I don't want people to know I was there. Well, I hope you take down all the news stations and everything at the same time. Well, because holy shit. Maybe? Hold on. We'll go with that as the justification for now. Maybe it's because of the annoying flashes. Let's see if we get like an indication. No. No, hang on, no. I'll let you guys look at it again. I hate this stupid joke. Okay. Here you go. Watch carefully. So, I'm looking for like if his eyes or if he's like ugh, or like if there's anything that indicates that he's annoyed or like it's bothering him. The flashes are getting to him or anything like that. But look, casual. He has no reaction. He just casually waves his hand to the side and then so yeah, are you going to destroy this? This is live feed going to news right now. You weren't annoyed by the flashes. Like, you didn't have a moment of going like, ugh. Like, with a flash hitting you or anything. No. I feel bad for that poor wolf. That poor wolf, like, that camera just destroyed. Do you have another one, buddy? I hope you do. It's not hypocrisy, it's just stupidity. I don't understand like what their purpose they're trying to get across. It's like they tried to recreate the Sonny. So, if you people remember in Godfather, when Sonny goes out and there's a bunch of like reporters taking pictures of like the cars and people that are there, and Sonny walks out and he smashes their camera. It's like they're trying to recreate that without understanding why Sonny did that. First off, Sonny's a hothead who doesn't think things through. And second of all, he's trying to destroy, like, stop taking pictures of people that are here. This is a private event. Fuck off. This isn't some big televised thing. We didn't send out a like, media-wide alert like, oh, come take pictures of the fucking wedding. Like I said, I feel like that's what they're trying to call back to was Sonny in The Godfather when he smashes the dude's camera. But then Sonny also throws money out to be like, here, buy yourself a new one. I mean, he's trying to make a point. Like, we didn't invite the media here so you could take a bunch of pictures of people that are attending the thing or like write down license plate numbers and shit like that. Fuck off. No pictures, please. Come on, it's me. Yeah, and then how many of these do we see? Hold on. I need to check how many catering trucks do we see? Because there's a fleet. You can kind of see them here in the background. There's a whole fleet of catering trucks here. You can kind of see them in the background. Let's see how many we can count. Oh yeah, no, the references all over the place in this movie that are just so out of place. are very, very fucking strange. Like the Shining reference is the one that most blows my mind. Like, why did you do a Shining reference here? What the fuck? Okay. So here we are. 8. Oop. 9. This looks like 9 trucks. 9 vans. Oops. I'm just trying to figure out if that would be anywhere near enough food, especially for, like, hippos and rhinos and elephants and stuff. Like, is that anywhere near enough food? A reptile in Tundra Town might need that to survive the cold. Okay, good. Again, like I said, this is not a bad logical deduction, right? This part's not bad. Like, realizing that, hey, one of the trucks here is really hot, and a reptile might need that. I'm gonna dock you points, because then you just have the snake wearing, like, a robe, a hoodie, I guess. The snake's just wearing a bit of cloth. It's like, okay, I'm docking you points because that wouldn't actually help them that much, because snakes don't generate body heat. The clothing itself doesn't generate heat. The clothing keeps the heat in that we generate. So, this is smart. I'm docking you points though for the reptiles using clothing for body warmth, when that's not that wouldn't work, because they don't generate body heat. So if this is the van that Gary was in, how far is the inn to here? Because Paulbert will have to leave to get him, so must have been missing for hours. He had to have been missing for quite a while to get here with the truck and heat it all up. Yep, he'd need an electric sweater. He needs something that generates heat on its own. And then, again, I don't understand why they're making Nick be the jokey jokester. Oh my god, a viper. A window viper, yeah? Nick wasn't a jokester in the first movie. Why is he suddenly a clown in the second movie? Why is he just a clown? I hate it. He ruined our boy Nick. He went from being an intelligent and cunning criminal to, I'm the class clown, everybody. Hey there, boys and girls. This is the other part that drives me crazy, is like, I'm not going to check for prints anywhere. Anything in the snow or anything? No? That's okay. Clothing would work for a pre-warmed reptile, but not for long. That's my point, is for the length of time, right? Remember, they're in Tundra Town. It is freezing here. Like, this place is bone-ass cold. You are a thing that is not generating heat. The temperature would wear off quite quickly. I know the inside is technically a bit warmer, but not that much warmer. Not for what a reptile needs. Remember, reptiles die in what we consider chilly. Like, it makes them sick. It kills them. Yeah, and then again, this is again is where, and you said Snoop a little. Once again, Judy is obsessed with her own self-image. You said Snoop a little. Not break and enter. Oh, God. Oh, we were always going inside. Got it. Same page means your page. It's called a hustle, sweetheart. But apparently Nick is the problem, right? No. No, I hate it so much. Like, I hate it so much. Nick's the problem, though, right? She wants to cheat into. I'm assuming typo. I don't know what you're trying to say. She wants to cheat into recognition? Always the man's fault. That's what it is in this movie. Hey, how much they recycle their lines, by the way. In my country, they teach you to avoid repetition in writing class at 6. Yeah. But here, it doesn't even work. It's called a hustle. So you were always lying to your partner. But Nick's the problem. You're always manipulating and scheming and lying and being corrupt and dirty. But Nick is the problem. The one who's telling you that we need to clean up our act. We need to actually follow the rules. We need to just let everyone know. Like, lay low. Stop trying to do this. Like, Nick also does weird stuff like why he threw the soda through the wall. I don't know what he was trying to do. But that's another moment of, like, Nick just randomly has less IQ in this movie than the first movie. For some reason. And I don't know why. Yeah, chat. All right. I will be right back. I'm going to start putting stuff in the air fryer, and I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. We will continue on our terrible Tundra Town turnings. I don't know. I couldn't think of another T. BRB a momento. No, I thought of it, chat. I thought of it. Toilet thoughts. Toilet thoughts. Our terrible Tundra Town trip towards tragedy. There we go. 5 T's, baby. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you. All right. 6 minutes. I gotta go flip the stuff over in the air fryer, put it back in for 6 minutes. Again, I don't understand why she did what she did to her ears. Why would you do that to your ears? Like, they're not hair. Why would you bundle and tie your ears in a knot? What? We're 21 minutes into the film. Thank you very much, Rapar. We're still not doing great. Hey, don't be unfair. He's just like 99%. They throw in a half-assed apology scene at the end, so they clearly acknowledged her faults and even gave her an arc. Tisk tisk lizardman. Tisk tisk. 1, not a lizardman. Thank you very much. 2, yeah, no. We'll talk about the apology later, which is a total fucking cop-out. We may need to skip the lesser sins. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. You know, this is not your worst idea. Wow, that was almost a compliment. Your worst idea is what you did with your ears. And then she just punches him. But remember, no, it's Nick that's the problem, right? Not the super egotistical, violent bunny. No, it's Nick's problem. Nick is the problem, not the crazy, arrogant, up her own ass, violent bunny. Who's obsessed with being the bestest of all things at all times. It's like, holy shit. This is so retarded to do unsanctioned infiltration. Even sanctioned infiltration with all the support that can be provided is incredibly dangerous. This is borderline suicidal. And remember, the police are already here. They literally could have warned the police that there is a plot to steal the book. They have leads that there is a plot to steal the book. That part of the smuggling ring that they fucked up. Remember, keep in mind, this is them after they have already fucked up and ruined an entire investigation into the smuggling. So, we already know they're smuggling something. Officer Hops can be like, they smuggled in a snake. The snake is going to try to steal the book of the gala. You don't have to believe me about the snake if you don't want to. Focus on the book. The book is the most important thing. They want the book. And they will try to get it tonight. I don't see why they didn't get an invite as the hero cops, because they fucked around. They fucked around and they're currently in the find out process. Judy's arrogance cost them going to this gala to begin with. I don't know how she knew Nick's measurements or anything like that, or where she got the clothing from. She just has it because she has it. And the throwaway line is, a bunny always comes prepared. So again, big catered event. Like, This is another thing when we're talking about, like, stereotypes, right? So there's also a stalker. I don't know. I don't know how she knows Nick's measurements. Like, I don't know. But this is another thing we talk about with stereotypes, right? They're constantly trying to break stereotypes, and like, stereotypes are bad. But also, here, unironically, let's just go straight into a stereotype. Like, So, do you see what I'm saying? It's still really fucking cold inside this building, right? It's still really fucking cold inside the building as well. So it's not like he goes from a total like sub-zero blast freezer into a hot box or anything. No, it is a sub-zero blast freezer into a still below freezing freezer. But no, it's okay because he was wearing a cloak. He's fine. His temperature's totally fine. Why would a snake want to steal some old book anyways? This is like this totally I totally believe that somebody the rich would do this. If there was this level of size difference, I absolutely believe that one of them would be dumb enough to be like, get on the champagne cork. Whee! I that's one of those ones where I'm like, I 1000% believe that somebody would do that. Like, holy shit. Oh, 100%. We're not going to get into all of the horrific things that would actually happen, but that's one of those ones where it's like, no, that's they would absolutely do that. Holy shit. Again, I don't understand why Nick's like, it's the vibe. And he's trying to be all schmoozy, but he's not like I don't get why he's doing this. You know? But there's reasons to hobnob. Again, he's showing some competency. Judy is horrified. He's showing competency in getting them past the velvet ropes and getting closer. That's the only time he's allowed to actually succeed in anything, by the way, in this movie. Spoiler alert. I don't think he has enough guards. And I don't know how Judy was able to just walk right up to it. With all the people on the stage, she just literally walks right up to it and she's just fine, right? Cover's made of metal. So, this is their big MacGuffin, right? Why would the cover be made of metal ever? That's the question we need answered. We know why the movie needs it made out of metal, but why did his grandmama make it out of metal? You know what I mean? Why? What original purpose did it serve? You know? Yeah, I will be right back in a moment. I'm going to go flip the stuff in the air fryer. But I want you guys to think about that question. See if we can answer why originally it was made of metal. If not for the mystery. Ignore the mystery. The mystery does not exist. Why did she originally make it out of metal? Yeah, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Again, I'll have to go get the food out of the air fryer here in 6 minutes, but that's okay. It would make more sense if the cover had metal or wire inlay for the artwork. Ah, but then it wouldn't work for the mystery here, right? Because then anybody would be able to tell. Yeah. Once had a book of advanced engineering in an otherwise medieval society made of metal, kind of make a point of it belong to the gearhead culture. No, there are ways to do it. Nebulous Civilization actually explains why an entire tablet was made of gold. Because gold doesn't rust or rot or decay. Once gold is set, as long as you don't physically harm gold, it will stay the way it is. So, that was Lackrack when he was looking at the gold tablet. He was trying to figure out, like, why was this gold tablet important? Because he can't read any of the words on it. His society hasn't invented writing or anything yet. And that's when he starts to realize that what's on the tablet is important enough to put it on a metal that doesn't rot. Because remember, this is him putting the piece together. He is a tribal society trying to put the pieces together of, like, why would ancient peoples put this on a gold tablet? There is ways to do that. I guess if you want it to last, it can't be paper, but leather is something we can't talk about. But all the pages are made of paper. Like, the cover is the only thing made of metal. The pages are all paper, right? So they didn't make all the pages out of metal, which would make them last, way longer than paper would. It was only the cover that lasted. But my point is, with the whole, like, artwork, you could see it if you heated it up. You wouldn't need to be a pit viper in order to see the things, right? But then how do they know? Like, I'm trying to remember how they know that there's the secret hidden in that only pit vipers can see. And why? Why that was done in the first place. I genuinely believe the writers probably got salty that Nick was the public's favorite, so they decided to take him down a couple notches. Probably. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, like I said, and again, it's only the cover that's made of metal. All of the pages are made of just normal paper. Yeah, so Nick is on the comms. All right, Nick warns her that Chief Bogo is coming up to look. There are just people here. Remember, Judy stepped to the side, and there are just people standing around the book that is potentially going to be stolen. It's very fucking strange. Yeah, Joker 2 situation is very likely. Fans of the first movie were liking it wrong. Maybe. Maybe we need to shut up. That's why I got her going. Grandma's snake was actually also racist, so made the cover only pretty to other snakes. that could be funny. But no, like, look, somehow Judy, but this spatial thing doesn't work, right? So, Judy was right here. Hold on. Let me. I want to get to the point and we'll undo the filter so you guys can see. Okay. Judy is right here. Where's my filter? There you go. Right? The chief is coming up the staircase, right in front of the book. She ducks to the side, and notice that there are no guards, but right here's the pig she's hiding behind, right? You see the distance? One, no guards. The pig is right here within, what would you say, 8 feet of the book. 8 feet. The pig she's hiding behind. And then Judy comes out from around the corner, turns back, hits Paulbert, who is now somehow between her and the thing, and the book is now 30 feet away from her? With guards? Suddenly? Now? So, the movie can't even have internal consistency and continuity. This is the magical teleporting book. It just magically teleports where it needs to go. Same thing for Judy. Judy just magically teleports where she needs to be. So she never faces consequences. Holy shit. Holy shit. Cue the Mystery Science Theater bit. Time is warped and space is bendable. Alright. Let me go check on the air fryer and see if my food is done. Noticing continuity errors is racist against the incompetent. It really is. Good. I will gladly wear it with a badge of honor. Anyways, be right back. I'm gonna get my food. Okay. So, we're also getting into the whole, like, what is Paulbert's plan for how he's going to help in this situation, right? Like, what's the actual heist plan? And then again, Paulbert, for whatever reason, grabs a lion's tail. Where was this lion and this cheetah? I forget which one's spots and which one's circles. Tigers or stripes? Cheetah. That doesn't matter. Cheetahs have spots. Leopards have rosettes. Okay, thank you. I always call them circles. Yeah, I don't know how, like, I don't know how, whatchamacallit, what his plan is. How are they going to exactly steal this book? And keep in mind, this entire thing is Paulbert's plan to get in good graces with his father, right? Remember, his entire plan here is this entire movie is a scheme by Paulbert to have the snake successfully locate the actual, like, original page showing who owns the grant or who owns the patent so that he can burn it to earn favor with his father. How does Paulbert know any of this ahead of time? How does Paulbert know about the secret on the cover? Especially if he's on the outs with his family, right? Yeah, we know that we know he worked in the mailroom department, right? And so he knew Gary because Gary signed his fucking name on it. We'll get to that point. But how does anyone know about the secret on the cover? Like, how does the grandma know, right? I know, but how did the grandma know that the cover was going to be painted over? Why is the painting over of the cover important beyond the mystery of it? Why did the Lynxes have to? They already said they expanded Tundra Town. Why do you need to hide the fact that you expanded over something else? You know what I mean? This is what I'm trying to get at. Like, why would the grandma be like, the secret is hidden undercover? Okay. Well, Grandma, what secret? What if you didn't need to do any of this? You know what I mean? Like, the Lynxleys didn't need to cover over the fact that there was a reptile town. They didn't need to do that at all. Everybody knows there was an expansion. There was already an ousting of the reptiles because of the snake attack. You don't need to then cover up the fact that reptiles were here ever. This is only 100 years ago. Yeah. And again, why would you pass it down as a family secret in the first place? Why would you give a shit? We won. Like, if you actually succeeded in doing that, why would you tell your kids that? By the way, son, I stole all of this. All of this is ill-gotten gains. No. If you just raise your son thinking that this is the way it's always been, they wouldn't have any reason to question it, right? You wouldn't have to worry about spilling the family secret if the family secret literally died with the person who committed it. Yeah. Again, this isn't some like super ancient history. This isn't like the fact that Reptile Town was there 200 or 300 years ago. Like, we're not talking about, like, to the founding of America. We're talking World War II to now. Okay? That's what we're talking about here. Or I guess World War I would fit better, right? We're talking about World War I to now. And they clearly had technology because the weather walls are fucking Magitech. So they already had lights, electricity, power, photographs. This isn't like pre-records or anything like that. Yeah, none of this makes actually any sense. It's not some ancient village that was bulldozed over, paved over, and they're gone. Like what Rapar's saying. Yeah, it's not the ancient snake village bulldozed and paved over. There was some kind of proto-Zootopia here. Yeah. Like, none of the plans make any sense here whatsoever. Like, it's clear that all of this was set up specifically for the mystery. Like, well, how do we do this? Well, then he painted over it. And then they don't even think about why. Why would he do that? You don't need to paint over it. Everybody knows the reptiles were ousted because they were violent. The same thing that almost happened in the last movie. With all predators, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, why'd the turtles get kicked out? The turtles would have come out heroic in that story. Chimichangas. I changed my chimmies in the air fryer. So, like I said, all of this is all set up just for the sake of the mystery. That's it. It has no logical foundations. There's no reason why any of the people do anything they actually do. There's no reason why the book has a metal cover. No. And like I said, keep in mind, the Reptile Town wasn't like some tribal village or antiquity or Rome or anything like that, where it was paintings, things they could get rid of. No, there were pictures. There is electricity. Like, there are documentations of it everywhere. Mm-hmm. Thus, the great incompetency of this movie rears its ugly head even more, eh, Ropar? Well, we got to explain why it wasn't ever addressed in the first movie. So here you got a mystery everybody already knows about. LOL. Yeah. Well, some people think the light bulb was invented by some black guy, which is... This revisionist history nonsense is getting really fucking out of hand. We was Kangs and shit. You know, it's like, no, like... There were African kingdoms, and guess what they engaged in? It's almost literally Sherlock Holmes London versus modern London. They dressed like Victorians. We expelled the Jews and bulldozed their district. Nobody remembers. Yeah. It's like, how does nobody remember? This isn't like 4 generations back. This is like, you could almost even say it's the same generation. It's only been 100 years. Turtles live way longer than that. Alligators and crocodiles live way longer than that. And like, you could say, well, that's the point. They're all reptiles, but it's like, okay, what about the elephants and things like that? What about other long-lived mammals? Like, unless you're gonna then play into that, well, no, they have animal lengths of time for life. Then why the fuck do we give a shit about anyone? Holy shit, they're gonna be dead in 3 years. Oh. Mm. And here's the other thing, too. Why does Tundra Town need to expand? Okay? Let's get into the other problem with this movie. Why does Tundra Town need to expand in the first place. Because the Lynxes are territorial? The Lynxes don't control all of Tundra Town. You've got Mr. Big and his fucking mafia that are there. The Lynxes don't control them. What are you... Like, what are you actually trying to say? I was going to ask, was the water side area a 5th district in the 4 districts of Zootopia? Or did they go out to the boonies? I don't know where the water district is actually located. I can't tell because all the maps we see don't actually showcase where the water district is. It's just, it's on the border of Tundra Town. That's all we know. We have to move on. We're not going to make it. Fair. You're right. We're not going to make it. Again, I don't understand, like, suddenly... And then look at this, this is even worse, right? It's even worse. Look at this, the security has now changed again. We now have another officer who is now behind the display and looking at it, where he wasn't there before. It's Schrodinger's security guards. They'll be there. They won't be there. You don't know until you observe them. And then again, we've now changed. The security guard is suddenly missing from behind. We haven't gone 2 fucking minutes. Are you kidding me? You can't remember where you have your security guards? Just in case you think I'm crazy here. Again, security guard behind, security guard here to the side, security guard way out in front. Okay? We go through. Actually, well, just a hunch, but predicting that. Security guard no longer behind. Security guard here off to the left side. Security guard now in front to the right, and then the guy way in front. It's an AI rendered background that can't retain consistency. Doesn't that what it feel like? It's literally hallucinating. Because remember, AI is terrible with continuity. Oh my goodness sakes. Goodness sakes. Good, I don't think it has enough guards. That was my joke. Yeah, and there's nothing here. Let's call it a night. This is when he realizes that Judy, being the arrogant bitch that she is, she turned off her comms. I don't need my partner. My partner is dead weight. Beep! Comm gone. Now I don't have to listen to him. Again, Nick's the problem, right, guys? Not the arrogant, stuck-up bitch that is Judy. Holy shit. But of course, he also knocks the comms out of his ears so that he can discover the magical snake MacGuffin. The sheddings that don't act like any reptile ever. Like, what? What are you doing? He's just there. He's here. He's here, everybody. And again, I don't understand why Paulbert is so far on the outs of his family. You know what I mean? Why is Paulbert on the outs? It's not like he's marrying into this family or anything. He's a blood relation to this family. He's not an outsider marrying in. He is literally the son. He's the son of him. Why? Why is he so mistreated? Like, it's just so fucking strange. Because he is just as awful and twisted as his family is. I don't get it. He says, I'm a Lynxie, or, trying to be. But he is. He is literally his son. How do you mean, like, you're trying to be a Lynxie? No, you are. You're outright stated to be his son. How are you not a Lynxie? You see what I mean? Like, it's so fucking strange. It's so strange. I don't get it. I don't get it. Did they mean for him to have married into the family? Like, what is actually going on? And again, Nick spots something. He's trying to tell Judy. Judy has no way of knowing because she's a terrible partner and turned off her comms. And again, Chief Bogo just happens. He wasn't standing there before. He just suddenly is now, and Nick runs into him, of course. And again, why is the Chief not even humoring him? Chief, you already have him grabbed. You have him dead to rights. Why are you not listening to him in the slightest? Right? Why? Oh boy, it's so fucking convenient, right? So convenient. Hang on, we'll get closer. Boy, is it super convenient that now Chief Bogo is not keeping him by the pillars. Remember, these are the pillars on the other side. The pillars are way over here, like off screen. Does Chief Bogo keep him near the pillars or anything like that? No. He's going to drag him through the center of the room just so Nick can go past the lights, which are on the ground, where people can gather and walk and trip over them for some reason, instead of being up high. Because remember, the movie requires that the lights are there on the ground. Not that they make any logical sense, they require them there on the ground so that Nick can kick them, and it magically, perfectly, first try, lands right on the snake. Like, God, this movie is so dog shit. Holy mother of God. This movie is so bad. Like, oh my God. And then I don't know why Judy looks up. I don't know why Judy looks up to see where the light was pointing. Why did you do that? Like, you have no verbal communication. In fact, you ignore Nick all the time. You're currently doing it. You're ignoring him like a bitch. Right now, right this moment, as like a terrible partner, you are ignoring him at this very moment. But then you look now because he flails around and kicks a light. How do you know he did that intentionally? Boy, isn't it convenient that she just decides to trust him now? Oh, you missed so much. Metamorphical, you missed so much. We're talking about how, like, Chief Bogo drags him into the center of the room even though they're off to the side of the room. He just drags him through the center to go past lights that just happen to be on the ground because they needed to be there so that Nick could kick them, and his one kick perfectly aligns the light with where the snake is. And then Judy, who happens to see him being dragged through the center of the group instead of off to the side where he should have been, sees him kick the lights and just assumes that it was totally intentional and not him flailing around, and trusts her partner for the first time in this fucking movie to look up and see the snake coming in. And again, the heist plan. Like, the heist plan. What the fuck? Oh, I already said that. Yeah, Rapar, I said the lights here on the ground, which they shouldn't be because it's a tripping hazard. People could trip over them. So they wouldn't be here. They would be up in the rafters, for God's sakes. Again, all this stuff is very convenient and happens because they need it to happen. Because the writers are that terrible. The lights have to be there in order for this scene to work. And that's what makes it not work. And then, of course, this was your plan? Like, you land on the stage and show yourself and expose yourself to everyone, and you, like, the security team doesn't immediately try to dart your ass? We've seen they have darts now. And then, of course, remember, again, stereotypes. The fucking idiots that stuck their tongues to it. They can't get out or escape or do anything. Meanwhile, consider Paulbert kills the power when the snake is going to make a move. Yeah, why wouldn't you do that? Your heist plan was to literally dive onto the stage and cause a panic and just trust the fact that none of the security are going to draw their guns. Dart guns still, but none of them are going to draw their guns and shoot your ass? Especially as a snake, who are currently known as, like, you know, excommunicado #1 primary fucking snakes. Panic, a snake, oh, it's a snake. Missing some badgers and a mushroom. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. And again, this is a total, like, this is the entire reason why Gazelle suddenly hates the Zebros. Alright? The Zebros panic. They grab the mayor. They're getting him to safety because there is a snake, a pit viper with lethal venom, has been exposed at the event. This is basically like an assassination attempt in their mind, right? So they go running, and then because this dancer was way out here in the middle, not getting out of the way as the Zebros are getting the mayor to safety, he gets checked to the side. Remember, in the police's mind, this is now an attempted assassination. This is not a heist. This is a fucking snake has shown up. The mayor is right here. This might be an assassination attempt. And so this tiger dancer is the only one that is not next to Gazelle. He's way over here in the middle of the walkway. Okay? He's in the middle of the walkway where the Zebros are trying to get the mayor to safety. And so the zebra pushes him out of the way. He falls over and lands in a Gazelle's arms, and this is it. I will remember you, zebra. What the fuck? Yeah, this is why the Gazelle helps Judy later. That's it. She's mad that the cops shoved her dancer during an emergency. During what to all intents and purposes looks like an assassination attempt on somebody important. The zebras are getting the mayor out of Dodge. They're trying to protect him. And she's pissy that they knocked her dancer to the side because his dumbass was rubbernecking and standing right in the middle of the room going, huh? 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 That's a snake! Huh? Sorry, but priorities. Sir, that's police brutality, sir. Sir, 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 do not redeem, sir. Why is this movie so stupid? It was made by Hollywood. That's really all you gotta know. Seriously, there are ways to escalate this to where police are abandoning or endangering or abandoning civilians. Shoving a guy out of the way is nothing. Exactly. Especially when, again, potential that this is actually a political targeted assassination, okay? This is not the time to, like, second guess these things because it's a fucking pit viper, which we're going to get into the most comically inept scene in this entire movie. Yeah, so then the snake dives up and just scoops up Linksley, runs over, grabs the book, and flees. Okay? So, okay, it's a kidnapping and a theft. It's not an assassination one, but why would the Zebros know that? Right? They're already focused on, we need to get the mayor out of Dodge right now. Where is all of all of Linksley's security, by the way? Where is all the security people? Oh, shit, I went too far back. Yeah, it's... Where are all the security guards? Remember, keep in mind, we know that they are armed. They have guns. They're dart guns, but still. The police and security have guns. Not a single one of those security guards tried to take a shot at the snake. Not a single one of the police there tried to take a shot at the snake. Well, he's on stage, therefore they don't require security anymore. Oh, dang it. He got past us. Our AI pathing only allows us to this extent of the stage. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. The bouncers, the security guards, all of the snow leopards that were acting as security. Where are they all? What are they doing? Not a single security guard tries to take a pot shot at the snake. Not a single one. Not a single one of the police officers tries to take a pot shot at the snake. And then Chief Bogo is the entire time has just been standing there holding Nick. He hasn't been doing anything. He's just been standing there watching this entire thing unfold. He has done nothing. Nothing at all. And now, what does he do? Does he go after the snake or anything? No, he's after Nick. But then, look. Do you notice something else here? Oh, damn it. Damn it, it's so difficult. I wish... Does this work on this too? No, it doesn't work here. Damn. Okay. Where's Chief Bogo? Where's Chief Bogo? How did Nick suddenly teleport closer to the stage again? Nick was literally past the lights he had already gone past the first time. How is Nick suddenly back here and Chief Bogo is gone? They just cannot keep consistency in anything they do, can they? Whatever's happening, better not let the sleazy fox get away, goddammit. It's probably his fault anyway. But here's the other thing, too. The amount of stride that Nick could take here, versus Chief Bogo. Chief Bogo is huge. His steps, like, he would be flying. He would be flying to catch up to Nick. But he's just not. And he's not here. He's not exposed or anything. Where is Chief Bogo? And why was Nick suddenly, who was already past these lights, why is he now suddenly back on the other side of the lights, now running through all of the chandeliers? Because look, here are the lights. This is the first chandelier he dodges, which is all the way back towards the stage. This is the second chandelier he's dodging. Like, seriously. They weren't French. I thought they were German because they were wearing lederhosen and everything. And they're like, "Oh yeah." And then this random light just happens to, like, the chandelier swings all the way out from the center of the room and lands all the way into the doorway here. How convenient. Right? How convenient. And then, again, references, because that's all this movie has is references. I knew it! Why? Oh, you mean the police. I thought you were talking about the mountain goats. My apologies. My apologies. I thought you meant the mountain goats. The ones that are constantly jumping around because, mountain goats jump. Yeah. Again, all this movie has is references. That's it. It's just references. And I hate to psychoanalyze the fucking joke. But why is this even... If the references were used more sparingly, it'd be okay. Yeah, this movie just has so many references everywhere and puns, it hurts. But here, like, why would the rat need to do this? Why would the mouse need to do this at all? Right? In this universe, in this setting. Why would the mouse need this in the slightest? Why would this be a surprise? Like, the mouse could literally have just said, hey, I'm going to help this lion because I'm size difference, right? Right? Yeah, the mouse literally could just be the head chef. This isn't a world where it's like humans and there's an intelligent rat. What the fuck? And he's also a gourmet. Like, what the fuck? No, this is Zootopia. The reference doesn't work because it's directly opposing the actual universe it's in. It is a reference for reference's sake. It doesn't actually work in universe. Ugh. 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 And we're coming up to what I think is the worst, like, most comical scene I have ever seen. Okay. Snake gets him here into a room. Fire. Eyeball. We gotta get to it. We gotta get to it, chat. You don't have to hurt him. Hurt him? Snakes never hurt anyone. What are these? Huh? What are these? God, it's weird. It's weird to use it when I'm looking at the other monitor because I'm not directly in control of the feedback of it and there's a slight delay. What are these? Snakes never hurt anyone. We just have massive fangs, which are currently out even though snake fangs fold in. I just have my massive fangs out at all times, showing aggression. And they happen to be filled with a deadly venom in them at all times. It's like... it must have been... He must have known to go to this room in particular. Right? He must have known to go to this room in particular because of the escape through the window. But we're going to get into a problem with that. Alright? Again, why does Judy believe him? We aren't the bad guys. Is it just because he's a soft-spoken Fugetto? Is that why? Remember, this is the same dude who's like, permission to hug? You're actually asking consent to just give a hug? Normal people, normal functioning adults don't need to ask like that. You just extend your arms out and it's like, hey, come here. Bring it in. Bring it in. It's permission to hug. And remember, he does this when they're both dying, by the way. He does this when they are both on death's door. And he needs Judy's body warmth to not be dying so that he can then try to get the antidote for her, the antivenom. And he actually asks, permission to hug? It's like, are you fucking kidding me? You're about to die if you don't. Oh my God. God, I hope that's still the case, and I didn't just retroactively put that on because he asked multiple times. I know he asked multiple times to hug. Oh, well, we'll get into a lot of this because how did he escape through the water too? That water, it would be way colder than he could tolerate. That water in the tubes would be way colder than he could tolerate. But he's just fine. And I don't know how he actually, like, snakes aren't known for their lung capacity. How does he have the lung capacity to survive the red line? but again, he does because he can. Oh. And this journal holds the secret that will prove it. How? How? And if you notice here at the journal, like, it's only the 4 districts. What is the point? Why are they expanding Tundra Town? And you already know they did it once. And it made sense, like, the Tundra Town took over. Actually, that doesn't even make sense. You'd think you'd just do it to the desert biome, because that would be an easier conversion than converting a warm environment to a frozen one. But no, again, these are all, the fucking weather walls are just miraculous miracle machines that run off of fairy dust and fucking unicorn farts. Not every snake is a water snake. Absolutely. And a pit viper is not a water snake. I have to prove it, please. And then here's the part where here's another part with continuity. Remember, because Judy has now run in the room, the door is closed. There is only one way into this room, right? There's only one way in. Where did Nick come from? Where in the fuck did Nick come from, and how did he get behind the snake? Where did he come from? And how did he get behind Gary? When we know there's only one way into this room. And Gary is looking at it because Judy is standing in front of the only entryway. And how did Nick not hear any of this? Any of this conversation? Like, again, it's so pointed out that the only way in this room is that doorway that Judy was in front of, that they actually are able to bar the doors and plan to murder them in this room because there's only that way in and out. See? He literally locks the door. It's just so fucked on so many levels. This movie is so fucked on so many levels. Kill the snake, we'll burn the journal, then you two will file a report that he attacked us. Again, why would you have any of this, right? Why would you do this? Like, you're literally proving to Judy right now that dude is evil, evil, evil with a capital E-V-U-L, right? Evil. Like, we're going to kill the snake, we're going to burn the journal so that nobody can find the evidence, and you two are going to file a report. You work for me now. It's like, what? What? I'm sorry. What? Yeah, we are corrupt. Obey us and cover up our crimes. Like, what? What? And you will keep your mouth shut. And then again, violently, like, this is implied severe bodily harm. This is deadly force threat now. We are we are so beyond this. And now suddenly, by the way, now suddenly Judy's ears are not tied up in that stupid bow hair piece thing that she had. Like, oh my god. Oh. I mean, exactly. Why would Judy and Nick believe him at his words until this? Right? Like, they have no reason to believe him. He literally kidnapped the head of the family and stole the journal and has now been thwarted. But he's saying, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. I got a family. Trust me, bro. I got a family. Trust me, bro. It's like, why would they believe him? We know why, because the lynxes basically said, yes, everything he said is true. We are indeed the bad guys. It's like, oh, okay. Well, thanks. How very convenient. Holy shit. Oh. And then Judy just like mad crazy dives into the fireplace and sends out embers to start a fire. Nick opens up the window, which apparently was Paulbert's plan the entire fucking time. Nick is panicking because obviously the lynxes are going to try to kill them now because of what. Oh yeah, I forgot that the cold literally woke him up like instantaneously. And how convenient that his flailing knocks the journal out of the lynx's hands and they're able to get it. How convenient too that the viper accidentally bites Chief Bogo, who took a fucking eternity to get here. And that the venom works that quickly. Granted, it's going into his fucking head, but the fact that it worked that quickly is insane. And remember, because we need to explain why the fang gets stuck, it's in his fucking horn. And this is only done so that Judy has to try to wrench it out instead of being stuck in his head, which it would have come out easily. No, it's in his horn, somehow. And she pulls it out perfectly for the corrupt cops to see. Again, why the fuck is Judy holding on to it, right? Why is Judy holding on to it and she didn't throw it away immediately? Yeah. But apparently this was Paubert's plan. Because he was waiting here. He was waiting for this. This is part of the plan. Like, are you kidding me? Look, they're already shooting darts. Oh my god. And then Judy runs, grabs the book, and then dives out the window. Which, again, they only survive because physics stop working because it's Judy, right? Watch what happens here. Judy dives to the window, grabs him, and leaps. So there's momentum going forward. All that forward momentum has now suddenly vanished. So that Judy can survive the fall by running into the snowbank and sliding off of it with the painting. And then Nick just slams into the painting with the actual momentum that should have been carried through with Judy as well. Because fuck physics, right? It's Judy Hopps. The universe bends to her will. Which is why she's such an arrogant and stuck-up piece of shit. And then, conveniently, they slam into the limo of the mob boss. Like, why? How? They just do. And then Paulbert was there for some reason. Why? Why? How did they get there? How was Paulbert and Gary there? And then, of course, puns, because this movie's the height of comedy in this movie. Puns everywhere. Again, action gnues. Like, ugh. A fanging at the fiesta. This, I don't, again. They're doing our wolves dirty. They're doing the wolves dirty again. A howler at the gowler. Which then causes them to howl and injure a person going in. Like, what the fuck? Stop doing my wolves dirty. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay, and again, where is this footage from? This makes sense because there would be cameras there. Where is this footage from? And again, she never did that. She never put the fang behind her back and was like, no, 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 no. That never happened. She held it there the entire time. Oh. Chief Bogo is dead. And again, here's what I also don't understand. If it's been 100 years since there's ever been a snake attack ever, why do you have anti-venom on you? Keep, keep in mind, anti-venom isn't magic. There are specific anti-venoms that work on different venom types, right? There's not a catch-all. There's not a single anti-venom that works on everything. That's why you need to know what kind of spider bit you, what kind of snake bit you. You need to know these things. Now, they can take a broad guess, but they don't like dumping tons of antivenom into people on guesses. We can be like, okay, antivenom A works on these types of snakes. Antivenom B works on these types of snakes. Antivenom C works on these. They don't like just dumping all the antivenom into a person and hoping it works, because they can have interactions with each other. There's a great series of jokes in Arrested Development about a doctor with shitty bedside manner, always horrifying the family with, "He's gone. Out the window." And then again, just to make extra sure, the meeting with the corruption, right? Like, we are totally corrupt and you work for us. Do you know how many mayors they've already destroyed? It's like, 1, Mayor Bellwether. Mayor Lionheart. I hate the slander on Mayor Lionheart. He was genuinely the hero in the first movie. He was actually the hero in the first movie. Yeah, if Gary left an anti-venom with them, it also speak wonders for trusting him. By the way, do you know how they make anti-venom? You need the venom to make the anti-venom. That's why milking a snake is actually a thing. Okay? That's why milking spiders are actually a thing. And the way they do it is fascinating. The spider one especially, because they put them in a tube, and then they like force agitation on the bottom of the tube as they push the top of the tube down to force the spider against the membrane, and it starts biting out of like instinct. It's very, very, very fascinating. Again, Mayor Lionheart should not have been destroyed. He was genuinely doing the right thing. Like, he went about it in the wrong way, but that was the only real option he had. Yeah, and again, evil, evil. Did I choose the wrong mayor? And then here again, her dad, and this is setting up for two things. One, her father is an idiot, because all men are idiots in this movie. So she does a smart thing and doesn't talk to him. But he starts just tippy tapping all over the place. And he's like, whoops, I meant. Yeah. What the fuck? Funnily enough, Calbeck's cousin is the second worst mayor in the franchise, and yet he gets off scot-free at the end. Yeah. Yeah. This is Dad. Yeah, no shit. Mom taking over. We're worried about you. The phone is the first thing they'll track. Again, Judy's gasping, but he's entirely right. Again, Nick is being smart here. It's funny because Calbeck, like in the Discord, was like, she has her phone and they're not tracking the phone like right now. So again, a point to the movie. And again, this is why I don't understand they take the piss out of Nick so hard here, right? This is where having a partner from the underworld comes in handy, right? It's really going to pay off. Why are they so pissed at Nick? Can anyone answer the question of why they are so pissed at Nick? Why? And then they're magically just teleported in the middle of a bootlegging factory? I don't understand. But he squared that away. They squared that away. Remember, Nick and Mr. Big were fine. Right? Nick and Mr. Big buried that hatchet. But now suddenly Mr. Big is way more pissed at Nick again? Like, what did Nick do? Wonderful ideas for crime and for fashion. Again, it's a bootlegging factory. You even saw on the side of the truck, it was totally legitimate purses, is what it said on the side of the van. Or the shipping truck. Yeah, him liking Judy is understandable because, again, Judy's the godmother to the daughter now. To my little Judith. Kiss my ring. Kiss the stinking ring right now! Again, why are they both so pissy, but only at Nick? And again, teleporting distances, because distance does not matter, like continuity does not matter in this one. We've already had, what, 9 continuity errors already? Again, why are they so mad at him? What the fuck did he do? They grow up so fast. You shut your mouth, Fox! You run your mouth too much. Why? Why? I might actually just be really, really bad at doing perspective, but they're not, because we see perspective clues. We see perspective clues all over the place. And again, look, Judy is looking at him too. She's annoyed with Nick as well. Why? Why? What the fuck did he do? He hasn't done anything wrong. Literally. He's not done anything wrong. We don't know why Mr. Big is pissed off at him and why his daughter is pissed off. Yeah, again, it's just more of trying to dogpile on Nick because people like Nick more than Judy, and that's not allowed. You can't like the man more than the woman. That is completely verboten in Hollywood. Unforgivable. Yeah, everyone's hating on him even though he's correct. This entire situation would have been better off if Nick had handled everything. Every time Judy, this is all Judy's fault. Like, the entire destroying of the investigation at the docks is Judy's fault. Going to the gala and causing this kerfuffle is all Judy's fault. Like, Chief Bogo getting stabbed is Judy's fault. Everything in this is Judy's fault. She is entirely in the wrong. And we like one of yous. So we're here to help. Why don't you like Nick? Like, why? Why did you suddenly stop liking him? You came around to his side when he was genuinely apologetic about the skunk butt rug. And you were fine with him, and now all of a sudden, like, again, you were going to give him a talking to and everything, and it was Judy opening her big fucking mouth that was going to cause them both to get killed. But no, now it's... Yeah. New clothes, new identities, get in the truck. And then they just happen to have the meter maid cart, and they throw it into a industrial grinder. Again, what the mob is scared of the lynxes too. Like, what the fuck? Like, they're killers. The lynxes are killers. You're a fucking killer. And they have no honor. You're not really proving a good point about having honor here when you're when you're behaving the way you do. Like, what the fuck? Mr. Big has murdered people. He's a killer. This is a stone and glass houses moment for sure. Holy shit. Yeah, they're just talking about cement shoes for someone, for God's sakes. Territorial animals will do anything for more land. That's, again, what a bastardization of what territorial means, right? What a total bastardization of what territorial means for territorial animals. It's their home. They don't seek out more territory than what they can hold. They seek out a place for their own where there's food and water and shelter. That's what they want. They defend their territory. But again, like I said, we already know that the writers and everything like that for this stuff have no idea how animals actually work. It's all allegory, and territorial is just a replacement for greed, apparently. Yes, that could actually work, because then you could make the argument that he's not being territorial, he's just being greedy. So as Cho-sama said, should be, he views it as his land, and territorial animals will do anything to protect their land. 100%. Because remember, the lynxes don't even have control of Tundra Town. They don't have control of Tundra Town. Because Mr. Big exists. Like, oh my god. They expand as far as they need and then stop and defend that territory against all comers. The whole point of territorial is that expansion stops. Yes. No, they don't even have backroom control either. This is what I mean. Like, because Mr. Big and the Mafia exists, they do not have control of Tundra Town. Right? The Mafia does not work for Mr. Big. The Mafia does not work for the lynxes. Therefore, they do not have control. Even in the shadows, even behind, under the table or anything, they don't have control. So why is he trying to get more territory? The government does. Well, at least we know that the two Boer cops work for Linksley, and we know the mayor does. The Zebros don't. The Zebros are just going along because, again, they think that Judy has genuinely tried to murder Chief Bogo. The Zebros weren't there at the truck. The Hogs were, so they could hear Linksley. I'm trying to remember who all was at the truck. The Rams, the goats were, so they would know about how dirty Linksley is. The hippos weren't there, I don't think. We'll get to that scene when we get to it. You don't fight the cats, you leave. So are you working for them or not? You're not. We know you're not. So what do you mean you don't fight the cats, you leave? You're clearly fighting the cats. Dude, are you paying them for all of this? Mr. Big? Like, what the fuck? Rick Wilde and Miss Trudy Cabbage Patch. Again. And once again, Nick is right. Boy, you're tossing that we around a lot. Judy is automatically saying, like, no, Nick, you're going to do what I say. Every single time. It's always what Judy says. No matter what. Your best bet is talking to a reptile. Do you know any? Almost no one does. Okay. Yeah, but you know where they're located. They keep themselves. They hide out in Marsh Market. Okay. So, people around Marsh Market would know then. But we can't just have that. No. Because we need to bring in the most insufferable character in the entire movie. Nibbles Maplestick gets brought up to put her back in the movie. Oh, it gets so much worse. They didn't banish all the snakes. No, Cho-sama. We explained this earlier. They banished all the reptiles, including the tortoises, even though the tortoise was the hero in that story. Congratulations. Welcome to the many reasons why none of this fucking works from the ground up. Why nobody remembers Reptile Town. Why, like, why the casting out of the reptiles doesn't work. No, none of it works. None of it makes a lick of any damn sense whatsoever. Or why the grandfather would intentionally tell his children to, like, by the way, kids, you might not know this, but I totally stole the Weatherwall deeds and plans. I'm evil. No. Let the secret die with you. Dude, you know how much more interesting it would be if the snake's carrying out this plan because he knows, which again, how does the snake even know this is a thing, right? Why would you paint over the cover of the book? Which is the only thing, oh my god. That's the worst part, by the way. Why would you paint over the cover of the book just to cover up the fact that Reptile Town existed in the first place when everybody would know Reptile Town existed when the time you did paint it and they all agreed with you to oust the reptiles? Who gives a shit that Reptile Town used to exist? They even talk about how the common people know that Tundra Town expanded. This is the second expansion. Like what the fuck? The people know, but they don't know. It's Schrodinger's knowledge. They know when they need to and don't know when they don't need to. Yeah. Then we get to the worst character in the fucking movie. Oh yeah, but trust me, actually thinking these things through? No, not Disney's strong suit, not at all. So the waterfront is somewhere else rather than the coast of Zootopia? I don't know where the waterfront is. They never actually explain where the market is. It's bordering Tundra Town. That's all we know. And again, Nick is right. She's probably got lead poisoning from eating too many pencils. And what do we see? She's fucking chewing down on pencils. Now, technically, it's not lead, it's graphene, but whatever, right? We'll just say that it's lead for the sake of it, because you shouldn't be eating graphene either, so, you know. And again, Judy just browbeating him until he submits to her whims all the time. Never listens to Nick ever. Again, the only time she trusted Nick was that bizarro circumstance where Chief Bogo teleports to the middle of the room, dragging Nick through the middle of the room instead of staying on the side of the room, past a bunch of lights that are on the floor and a tripping hazard for the guests instead of up in the rafters where they would be, so that Nick could then flail wildly, kick one of the lights to perfectly land on the snake, and then Judy just intuits the fact that that was done intentionally and looks up where the lights are to look at the snake. It's... Trust me, it's so fucked. No. Before the weather walls existed, they do explain that. Remember, Calbeck, before the weather walls existed, it was actually one biome, right? It was actually one biome, and there were a lot of animals that were miserable. Why the fuck they were living there? Your guess is as good as mine. What's a polar bear doing here? I don't know. It's here, though. I don't fucking know. But remember, it was their suffering for being in a biome they weren't supposed to be in. That is what inspired Gary's grandmother to actually make the weather walls. Graphite, which is basically a solid block of graphene, so yes. Mm. In the darkness of a dark underpass, they stepped into the vehicle, not realizing their lives were about to change. Because we're going to meet a reptile? Because you're about to be best buds with Nibbles Maplestick. Again, what an insufferable character. Let me invent something to control the climate directly instead of, moving somewhere nice. I know. Again, here we go. here's our thing. So where is this located? Where is the Marsh Market located? The only thing we know for sure is it's on the border to Tundra Town. That's it. Because Tundra Town's going to expand. It can't expand into something that's not on its border, right? So Tundra Town wants to expand here into the Marsh Market. Now, I question how in the fuck you actually expand Tundra Town in that way, given the wall would not be directly near it, but I'm not sure where in the fuck Marsh Market actually is. So, who fucking knows? I don't know, because we don't know. Look, you can see some of the skyscrapers here in the background and everything, and here's a bridge. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Remember, this movie has no concept of spatial like consistency in anything it does. Remember, we were talking about the teleporting guards and like the teleporting book that's 5 feet from a pig and then suddenly 30 feet from a pig when we turn to the other angle. Like, trust me, I don't fucking know. Dude, okay, hang on, no. We need to talk about Jewel of the City. That's meaningless fluff, okay? That doesn't mean it has to be near the main city, right? These are skyscrapers. We don't know how far they are away. This doesn't mean it has to be near the center or anything at all. My grandfather lived in a town that declared itself the Egg Basket, okay? That's meaningless. That is meaningless PR. That doesn't indicate anything. You found an actual map. Hold on. You found an actual map. Oh. Let's see if it actually lines up with anything. Hang on, wait. Let's try this. No, I want an official one. Official. I don't know if they'll clap you if you try to send a link. Try to send the link, Chosama, and we'll see if it gives like a moderator ping and we can like accept it. Try that. Nope, I didn't even get a moderator thing pop up. So I did not get it. Unfortunately, no. Hang on. I'll ping you because I don't think you're in my Discord. I'll ping you in Kree's Discord. There we go. I pinged you in Kree's. What? What? Chat? Why do you want... Why in the fuck do you want to do this so bad? Okay, hold on a second. I'm just going to copy the image. Because apparently I'm not allowed to take it. Chat, this is way worse than we ever thought. This is way worse than we ever thought it would be. If this is the official, like, map. I gave them too much credit. I'll take the filter off. Here you go. I gave them way too much credit. So, the Tundra Town expansion will be going through the marsh markets. This is the official. This is apparently behind Chief Bogo. The Tundra Town expansion will be going through the marsh markets. The fuck? The weather walls. Remember, the weather walls are what explain Tundra Town. How in the fuck is Tundra Town going to expand to the marshlands? No. That's not Marsh Market. No, Calbeck. This area here was Reptile Town. This was Reptile Town. This area in here is Reptile Town. Okay? Marsh markets are over here. No, that's just the marsh maids, apparently. This is the marsh maids. But the marshlands are over here. Why would the marsh market be anywhere else? I was like, okay, for Tundra Town to expand, it has to be on the border of Tundra Town. Apparently not. No, Tundra Town's they're just gonna have two Tundra Towns. Oh, wait, you're right, it does. I think right here, Marsh Market. Marsh Market, it's right here. Oh, God, that's way too pixelated. Marsh Market's right here. Market. Marsh Market's right there. Super pixelated. How in the fuck is Tundra Town expanding to the Marsh Market? What are you even doing, movie? Man, this movie, I gave the movie too much credit, saying that Tundra Town was, the Marsh Market was on the border of Tundra Town, because that's the only logical way it makes sense. Yep, and then here's this one. Let me bring it up into another thing, but here's Chief Bogo to show that this is the map. This is actually how the map works. You can even see Marshlands over here, over his shoulder. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. I gave this movie too much credit. I gave this movie way too much credit. I can't even. I can't even. Don't save it. I can't even. No, apparently they call them the weather walls, so there's more than one. Yes, I know rainforests are very hot. You physically require the weather walls to be the entire length of Tundra Town, right? You can't have Tundra Town without the walls separating from everything else. All right. Anyways, chat. Anyways, let me go to the bathroom real quick. We're probably gonna have to do a part 3 stream. Oh my god. Oh. They exist in the first movie, Calbeck. They exist in the first movie, and they make not a damn lick of sense. And they haven't explained them better in this movie. In fact, they get even more. As I joked, they are run off of fairy dust and unicorn farts. The infrastructure required to keep these mass geological climate machines going would be insane. I don't fucking know. Because remember, the weather walls are just pure magic. They are literally pure unobtainium. They are pure MacGuffinite. It had nothing to do with this. That was just Chilly Night. They're not just mentioned early on. You see them go through it, and you see how fucking big they are. They are skyscrapers. The fucking weather walls are like skyscraper in size. They are huge. It is genuinely magic. They work on complete horseshit. It's so fucking painful. Anyways, chat, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll be back into the suffering. And we'll go for at least another hour. Hell. Help me. Help me. Help me. No, no, no. I am against the weather walls existing entirely. You need to explain how in the absolute ever-living fuck these things work. Because the obvious solution for these biomes are biodomes, right? That's what should have been done. That is what we actually do when terraforming, because it is a lot simpler and more straightforward. These massive skyscraper-sized behemoths that run on magic is absurd. Genuinely absurd. And the only reason they are needed is because the desert is right next to the fucking snow biome. I'm in tremendous pain, I'm in tremendous pain, I'm in tremendous pain. Help me, help me, help me, help me. Oh. All right. And then this is where, like, why is Nick taking that hat, by the way? Like, and then now he's just not. You know what I mean? Like, hang on. For you guys, I forgot I had the filter on for the time. Nick's just suddenly, like, stealing a hat. So he just puts that on his head. He reaches back to go take another hat. And then suddenly he doesn't have the hat. He has the one he stuck on his head, but not the hat he was also stealing. What? Why did he do that to begin with? I don't understand how any of this works. You know what I mean? I don't get. We need her, like a hole in the head. And then because he said that, he pisses off a dolphin. Because he talked about needing a hole in the head. And people are this fragile. Like, you need to understand, the people here, like, oh wait, is it on Judy? So that makes even less sense for what comes up later. Alright, so the people here it is on Judy, I see it now. My apologies, now we know where it is. The people here are so fragile, so delicate, that any wrong word or anything immediately sets them into murderous rage mode. I shit you not. It is truly pathetic. Everyone is acting like a San Francisco Karen. 100%. 100%. Waterfolk tend to be a little standoffish around here. That's a fucking understatement. And again, here they go, making Nick look bad, right? Well, I've been hustling the streets since I was 12. I think I can handle a juggling seal. Oh no, it's a sea lion. Not from around here. But coin's a coin. And then the coin is bad. Oh no, change is a choking hazard. Yeah, honest mistake. And then he touched him. Do not do that. Do not touch. Again, this is how pathetic and pitiful these people are. They are genuinely that violent, and this is one of those things where it's like, no, this I can see why you should get rid of the Marsh Market. I can see it now. I understand. You don't even need to put it under the guise of expanding Tundra Town across the city, where it's not even located next to it. But you don't even need to do that in the guise of it. Yep. All the jokes are reliant on Nick suddenly not being observant, when that's just been his characterization. In fact, it was his characterization in the first movie. Oh, 1 second. Well, I got bad news. I got paid, but it's less than I calculated, so that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate for me. Uh, I gotta figure some stuff out then. Anyways, yeah. Let's see where we're at. Oh, they already did. Remember, we already discussed there's multiple different countries apparently in this world and universe setting. So yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about it too. Trust me. Because originally it went from a 75-25 to a 50-50 apparently, and that was news to me just now. So yeah, that's very unfortunate. All right. Anyways, so she rings it, brings up this, and apparently all walruses are just retarded. Apparently, in this universe, they're all stupid. Hey bub, hey bub, hey bub, hey bub, hey bub, hey bub, hey bub. Seen Jesus? Yep. Again, what the fuck? And live in a bayou. Good place for all that blubber, yep. These guys should be near Tundra Town. Not here. Like, I don't know why the walruses are here. Oh, it's your anniversary? Yeah. Again, and then, of course, the fucking Karen, the pathetic loser, just, you're over there! And then, again, the female goes off to it, the male tries to help. Thanks, Seal. He does everything that Nick just did, because we need to emasculate all the men in this movie. And of course, as you saw, hang on, I'm pretty sure you see that the partner is suddenly missing. Like they don't exist anymore. Because continuity is very difficult for the filmmakers in this movie. See, where's the partner at? I guess they continue the dock here moving, but why? Like, they were right here, then which they got the hat off the stand, but he was at the end of the pier. So, again, we still have continuity problems, but now they just teleported all the way over here instead. Just, it is what it is. This is cartoon stuff that would have done better in 2D, Wacky Land style, but just seems out of place in 3D realism. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Paulbert and Gary are just they're somehow tracking these two, by the way. And Mr. Big and them didn't notice Paulbert and Gary following them the whole time to the warehouse, and then they come here. Yeah. And again, here we go once again. Nick is confessing that reptiles freak him out, and they genuinely cause him issues. And he's like, "Is my discomfort? Whenever you're comfortable, you're always very considerate of my feelings. Look out, snakeskin!" Nick's the problem, though, right? Nick is the problem. Not Judy, ever. Yep. They do need them, though, Chosama. Or they think they need them? I don't know how they realize that Judy has the book. But, so, they need them from a meta perspective, because they need the book, right? From the meta perspective, they need the book. Judy and Nick have the book. I don't know why, but he apparently is. He apparently is deathly afraid of them. But again, those two, Gary and Paulbert, have no idea that Judy and Nick have the book with them. Because it was dropped inside the room, and Paulbert's neck is not 20 feet fucking long and can look through the window. When Gary falls out of position and when they're getting darted, that is when Judy jumps down to grab the book. But somehow, Paulbert and Gary know that Judy and Nick have the book. They need the book for this entire cockamamie scheme to work. And Judy is once again being a dickhead to her partner. And this is pure karma. This is pure fucking karma. Hang on. I forgot that the karma, like, Judy actually gets karma, but she treats it as if it's Nick's fault. So again, Nick freaks out, slips, grabs her. Again, pure fucking karma. Pure absolute karma. Yeah, that pause of the yeah. That's how you two ever solved anything. Again, we solve things in spite of Judy. Judy is the problem child in every situation she's in. Yep. Nick looks stupid because he could have just literally slid down the entire way, but he panicked. And again, it's all just pure cliches of what reptiles are, right? It's all just stereotypes. For whatever reason, stereotypes are totally good and valid against the reptiles. Like, again, this now they're doing shedding, but more accurate towards what actually shedding would look like, right? Not what it actually would be, but more accurate. And also, apparently, here's little teeny tiny geckos. So warm. It's fucking strange, right? Ah, sorry. I had a peanut butter sandwich. I just wanted something sweet. Yeah, we get to the scene where they have to eat Eat first, talk second. Why Nick takes the biggest thing ever. I don't know why he took a big one. But at least Nick, like, is a carnivore, right? At least Nick's a carnivore. But I have no idea why he took the biggest one. He could have literally taken one that was the size Judy took as well. And then everybody makes fun of them, and this doesn't work. The reason this doesn't work is because we literally saw them at the bar eating a bunch of flies. You know what I mean? Yeah, and again, Nick is doing something against his will for Judy. Once again. It's so absolutely frustrating. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I don't eat grubs. Hermano, get me a scone. Metal cover. It means it's fancy. It also means the secret you're looking for is probably right on the cover. Somehow vipers can see things in the metal. Am I crazy, or vipers aren't the only ones with heat-sensing glands, right? Right? I'm not crazy, am I? All pit vipers, rattlesnakes, copperheads, cottonmouths, and many species of boas and pythons. So this wouldn't be something that only vipers could do. Like, no. This is like, why would this be somehow vipers can see things in the metal? No, all these different ones can do. Even under the paint. But here's my other question, too. How does the paint, like, just take the paint off? You know what I mean? Must have been big because the tortoise died for it. Guessing that was a slow death. Again, I don't know why Nick is suddenly making a joke. Again, he's just a jokey jokester in this. He's the funny guy. He's the class clown now, again. Just the total character assassination of Nick. Yeah, paint thinner doesn't exist in Zootopia. They can't just scratch it off or anything, no. But apparently you can see the divides of the planned, and including this whole thing is like, why in the fuck are you planning to put the desert, or at least the hot, like, savanna lands next to Tundra Town? Why is that in your plan to begin with? Because she had to make the metal cover to fit that plan. No mammals trusted any reptiles after that. And then this is supposed to explain why they literally kicked out everyone else. Who are they, and can we trust them? And this board is just here for some reason. Like, convenient plot board here, baby. And it's happening again. But again, why is the expansion going here? You're not even bordering Tundra Town. That's the part that sucks. Why? You don't border Tundra Town. First time a predator killed someone, all the predators were run out of Zootopia. Oh, wait! Yeah. Also, I just realized that cover makes it look like it's an island, but it's not. Hold on. I'll show you guys. Here. I just realized it makes it look like it's an island, but it's not an island. Like, at all. Huh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't even fit the map that we have. Nope. Because again, you have, this is the savannah. These are the, this is the desert basically. This is the, no, I think this is the savannah going up into the city itself. You have the jungle here. The marshlands are over here. Tundra Town up here. Apparently the reptile town was right in here. And Tundra Town is expanding all the way over here. Somehow. Oh yeah, and the Meadowlands are up here. Meadowlands are up here. Rainforest is here. Marshlands are over here. This is specifically for Savannah, right? Hang on. Let me double check. Yep, it's Savannah. I'll show you guys again. Beep. There you go. I'm not going to bother cutting it or anything. See? Savannah. Well, savannas have grass. They're not totally barren, and the Meadowlands are up here, right? Boop. Okay. Think of this as like African country, African grasslands. That's what I would associate it with. Beep. Two of you in grave danger. And then for whatever reason, the hippos, like, instantly come up to the window right where they're at. They're just here, right? And then why? Why would they point to, like, we tracked you with this? Okay. How? And also, why would you show that? Like, you didn't actually track them with this. You literally got told by the sea lion where they are. Like, this is just to make Nick look bad. That's all it is. It is purely to make Nick look bad. And then, see, they both look at him. And he does for some reason, too? When he's never seen him with the hat? Like, what the fuck? And then he's only helping them because you two saved the city once. I reckon you could save it again. And when you do, maybe everyone will see we ain't that different. And then he just water runs to escape. He was just, again, conveniently here, right? Conveniently here. And then, yes, pit vipers, known for going across water very quickly. Again, it's just a silly pursuit thing. It's not. And literally what she's always used to is stepping on the backs of other people that are bigger and stronger than she is. Oh, I forgot about the hungry, hungry hippos. Fucking, I forgot about this. The stupid reference. Again, another stupid reference, the hungry, hungry hippos reference. Yep, I hate these water lines coming up. Why would they build them? So most people living in Zootopia can't use them. Yeah. If he goes for the red line, do not follow. You will run out of air. And he goes straight for the red line. Which, again, somehow... And this is the part of, like, maybe they wouldn't run out of air if you didn't do bullshit like this. Why are you building loop-de-loops and shit like that into your water line system? You know what I mean? Yes, the snake should also die. Again, pit vipers not known for being aquatic snakes. Oh. Yes. Yes. Judy is warned about this and nearly gets them both killed again. And Nick saves them again. Which we'll just jump to that. Because there's nothing in here of value. It's just more like, oh, they're gonna drown. Oh, no. And Nick, once again, is the one that actually thinks all this through. He's trying to get through to Judy that this is fucking lethal. Now, this entire situation is incredibly lethal. Judy starts drowning. Gary is currently in the flow. He's not going back for her. Nix grabs her, grabs the emergency exit, and saves both their lives. Yep. Yep. Judy was literally dying. Keep that in mind. Judy's literally dying, all right? I know, the Meadowlands should have been the next target. I have no idea why. Why they're going for the Marsh Market across the city. No, because apparently it slammed shut immediately afterwards. Yeah. Again, And what's the first thing that Nick asks? Are you okay? Judy didn't ask it. Nick does. I feel like some sorries may be in order. Nick, it's okay. Again, she is so arrogant and so full of herself that she's expecting that Nick is going to apologize to her. Right? I know you didn't want to lose him on purpose. Again, Nick's reaction to this is 100% justified. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? You're right, I should have just let your ass drown. Holy shit. I literally saved your life. Not me sorry. No. You sorry. Now we kind of have no way to find him. You wouldn't have had a way to find him if you were dead either, would you, dumbass? Oh my god. Well, now we kind of have no way to find him. Yeah, how great was your plan going to be to find him when you're in a fucking coffin put 6 feet in the ground, rabbit? Good lord. Or stop the Lynxes. So agree to disagree. And then she literally flicks water into his face. We are alive. So if we can't find him, that's great. What we can find is a truck out of here. Apparently, they're completely inert to it. And again, look at this smug piece of shit. Judy Hopps is genuinely the worst character to ever exist. Well, in this movie, the insufferable beaver is more like, you can put up with her less, but Judy Hopps is not a good person. Judy Hopps is everything you shouldn't be. You should do everything you can to think, what would Judy do, and then do the opposite. You'll be better off in life. But then, of course, again, because they can never suffer any setback, Judy did manage to pull the fanny pack off the snake. Somehow. Yep. Every single man on Earth have seen that look when a woman knows she's in the wrong, but refuses to admit it. Yeah, oh yeah. Has helpful Bavarians. Yeah, I know. The weirdly helpful Bavarians. Who are like, their accent is so fucking thick. She grabbed his tail, but somehow she got the fanny pack off of him. Yodelay-hoo! Ah, this is weird place for you to be. Yeah, very weird. Ach, they fell out of the tube. Oh my god. Yeah, and of course the mountain goats are this. Okay, we will call police to help. No, we're fine. Yep, we were just leaving town. Again, Judy ignoring what Nick wants to do so she can do what she wants to do. Oh, Copenhagen. Got it. Thank you. Jurgen coughing. Oh, you chew too much. This is not okay. And then, just to, again, piss on Nick, he punches the other goat in the back, which then spits up his meal right onto Nick. And then, by a miracle, it's the same fucking flower. Right? Kopenhofen. You're right. Kopenhofen. Huh. Where did you find this flower? Oh, the Lieben flower? The tippy top of the mountain. This is the only place they grow. How convenient. And even better, Judy never turned over the box of matches to then see the inn. Old Honeymoon Lodge, but is closed for a long time, was hideout for snakes. And then now she flips the match box over. Honeymoon Lodge. Torres takes the tram from Kopenhofen, but the rope is faster. Yay. Hooray. Look, have fun at the Honeymoon Lodge. This is where we start with Judy being a piece of shit again. Again, we're going to start the next part. I jumped forward a little bit to Judy being a piece of shit once more. If anything, we should be going faster. While clearly Nick is struggling, right? I really am just a dumb bunny. Again, he's just playing it over and over again because he's like, yep. Again, this was a gift to symbolize our partnership. And it's not appropriate for this moment. Again, it's only a partnership when she says it is. It's only a partnership when he obeys her unquestioningly. It is only a partnership when he isn't allowed to do anything. Right? It's only a partnership in her mind. To anyone normal and rational, they realize she is a controlling, domineering piece of shit who is too obsessed with her own ego and too worried about becoming a legend to think about anyone else. She literally doesn't care about anybody else's feelings. Only thing that matters to her is herself. She is a hardcore narcissist. But of course the movie doesn't treat it that way. I'll start with his partner did it. And then she's suddenly like, what happened to you? That you can't just have a normal conversation. And then again, she tries to take it from him again. Again, Nick is the problem. Nick is the problem. She's decided Nick is the problem. Once again. Oh, yeah. And keep in mind, they're currently dangling above death right now. They're currently dangling way above death. And Nick is right. She needs an actual herd of therapy animals. She is completely unstable. And again, she's fighting with him to steal back the pin she gave him. She causes it to fall because she attacks him. He goes down to get it because it's important to him. She just wants to take it away from him because he's not allowed to have it now. And then, congratulations, Carrots. You knocked it off the ledge. Why is Nick the one that looks sorry? This is the part that pisses me off. This is the part where I was really getting angry when we were watching this movie. Why does Nick look sorry? Why does Nick look sorry? It's not his fault. She's entirely in the wrong. It is entirely her fault. I know she blames him for it. But no, Nick is entirely innocent in this situation. He has done nothing wrong. He has been the voice of reason and the only reason that they are still alive. Specifically, why Judy is still alive. But no, she takes out on him. She doesn't want to look at him. She just leaves. She's all huffy and whiny and her usual mopey, woe is me self, like she was in the first movie. It's all about me. The universe is entirely around me, Judy Hopps. Again, she ignores Nick again, while Nick is trying to, like, talk with her or have any conversation. Why? Oh, okay, I figured out why the police stopped. I was curious why the police stopped here, and then I realized the light. So they probably got an alert that the emergency valve was pulled here. Okay, fair enough. And then, of course, they find the busted pin. Okay, there's nothing actually important anywhere here until we get to the attic. And then, for some reason, Judy, again, this is another situation where Judy is being self-delusional and arrogant, and Nick is trying to tell her, like, they're literally right on her ass. Look, we have to go. They push animals out with lies so they can have more. We gotta go, Carrots, we gotta go. That's what the snake's trying to do here. The ZPD is here. What? No one will believe us, not without proof. What? Proof? There's no proof here. You have a conspiracy board. Do you understand? This is not proof. These are newspaper clippings that everybody already has. This is not evidence. Okay? This isn't evidence to what you think it is. This is a crazy person's conspiracy board. Your evidence is not here. Okay? Holy shit. This schizo board proves me right, said the sane person. I know. And she's obsessed with, like, collecting the schizo board. Leave it. They aren't gonna just arrest us. Oh, I forgot. The reason this place turns into a death trap, Nick almost falls to his death, but the reason it becomes a death trap is because the goats, when they jump up, they break one of the boards, which destroys the support structure. Yep, and again, Judy ignores the problem because she's hyper-focused and will happily get them either captured or killed, or both, if it means she gets what she wants. 100%. Nick says, I don't care about the case. Judy, it's not worth dying for. What a terribly delivered line. Again, what he's trying to get at, Judy, is that he cares more that you're alive. Which he has the time to say later. But no, Judy doesn't hear that. Judy doesn't accept that. The world will never be a better place if no one is brave enough to do the right thing. You constantly do the wrong thing. You. Judy. You constantly do the wrong thing. Constantly. You are the cause of so much misfortune. It is unreal. It is crazy that you have cast yourself into the role of the hero when you are a force of pure chaos. Your arrogance and narcissism have hurt so many people. And again, just like in the first movie, she doesn't associate anything with any sort of wrong until it hurts and affects her personally. She is that much up her own ass. They have to hand Nick the idiot ball here in order to have him say the worst thing possible, and she's fighting him for possession of the idiot ball right here. Yep. 100%. 100%. The world is what it is, Carrots. And sometimes being a hero, it just doesn't make a difference. And he's right. Again, the only reason Judy is ever proved right in this case is because the universe bends over backwards to make her correct. Like, the universe breaks reality, physics, everything to make sure Judy is correct. And again, him saying that sometimes being a hero doesn't work, he is correct. I think maybe we are different. Again, it's all about her, right? It's all entirely about her. It was a bloodbath. Many chatters paid the price. Oh no. Let's find out. Oh, the suffering from watching Zootopia 2 was pretty fucking unreal. But again, thank you very much for the $5, Irish John, who says, Happy Tuesday. You still talking Zootopia 2? Damn, that must have been a stinker. Did the chat suffer casualties that movie night, or what? And again, Judy, once again, it's all about me. It's all about me. I am the perfect main character. I am the hero of the story. I am correct in all things at all times. Even though she's going to get betrayed again. You think she'd learn her lesson. But no, she is literally an idiot. And thank God for Nick's quick reaction time, because they almost both got darted. Again, there should just be a giant flashing warning sign that this is all your fault. Just floating over Judy's head the entire time. Again, she even tries to get herself killed. Hold on. I forgot that she actually tries to get herself killed without Nick being there. Look, she is so obsessed with the schizo ramblings board, she actually grabs the string, pulls on it, and is getting pulled off of the building to her death. And she got lucky that she lost the string, or she would have been pulled off the cliff. Do you understand that Judy is a genuine idiot? Oh my God. We're different. I'm going to stand here and lecture you about ethics long enough for us to nearly get killed again, and you're going to do things that prevent me from dying. We can't work together. Yeah. At this point, Nick should have just washed his hands of the whole situation, been like, no, Judy is suicidal. Judy is 1,000% suicidal. And very conveniently, Paul Burt suddenly opens the window and knocked out a cop. Why was Paul Burt here? Why? How did they know to come here? Right? Ask yourself this question. Why was he here? And how did they know to come here? How did they know that Judy was going to come up to the top of this mountain and be here at the snake hideout? What does it say about me that this Regard is my only friend? Well, it's not Nick's only friend. That's the thing. Nick has other friends. But Judy's only friend is Nick. And maybe Clawhauser, but Clawhauser is an idiot. Again, but no. Fucking Paul Burt and the snake are here. They came up here because... reasons. No, because they came from Copenhagen. Right? They came from Copenhagen. They took the tram here. Why did they take the tram here, though? Yeah, the snake was in Copenhagen. That's where he went. There was literally no reason for the snake to come here. He had no reason to do it. We have the fox! And again, Judy, just thinking about herself, once again, is reaching out to go there. Now, to be fair, Judy thinks that Nick is in custody, right? But now, Nick says something, and of course, how is this going to be Nick's fault? It's not. She gets hit with a dart from the goat. I don't know why, but, you know, yeah. He would have hit her anyways. It didn't matter. Yeah, trying to make sense of this shit is an effort and time wasting. It really is. Exercise and time wasting. Yep, good thing it wasn't a lethal. And then we're just suddenly out in the desert, and they're escaping. They're all the way in the Sahara for whatever reason. They caught him. And then we go back to Nick. Nick is in the back of the police car. I don't know how they got to the desert from here. Who fucking knows? Again, geography, this movie doesn't care about geography. People are teleporting all over the place. Mayor Wind Dancer. Where's the bunny? I don't know. You know, she's a rabbit. Maybe you can pull her out of your hat. Okay, so I need to see. The goats are nearby. Why is Linksley here and why is the mayor here? Like, did they just wait? They just waited here so that Linksley could deliver the speech? Flush everyone out. Waterfolk, like foxes, are lesser mammals. What? Yeah, let me give it in front of all these officers that are standing here, right? If I say they helped the snake, no one will care what we do. Going to a dark cell, Mr. Wilde. Again, they were just there listening in to the conversation. And then because they get a fur tuft pattern, they immediately know it's Paulbert that's helping. Right, so then we get the pin brought up. We go to the camel camp. Camp Camel. Paulbert has cat moments. Oh, here we go. Found out the journal was going to be on display at the gala. I sent his family an anonymous letter. An anonymous letter that he signed with his name. May I see the journal you'll display at the gala? It holds a family secret. Sincerely, Gary DeSnake. What the fuck? Excuse me, what? Pardon me. Again, how do you know it holds a family secret, by the way? I'm trying to remember how they realized that there's the will, or sorry, the actual thing is in Reptile Town. "7 days in a crate." Yeah, I signed my anonymous letter. Again, I know coming with us was hard. She was unconscious at the time. What do you mean? Coming with them wasn't a choice. The moment she realized Nick was free, she got darted. There wasn't. She made no choice. How convenient, the evil retard with the single brain cell on the family was the first to see it. I know, right? Gary's grandma never said where she hid it. I know. And like, this is a, like, it has a family secret. What does that mean? So then what it turns out is that he can see it takes a little warmth. And again, why is the grandma hiding this secret to begin with? This gets back into our topic we talked about earlier. Why was the cover made out of metal? Why? Why was it made out of metal? You didn't know you needed to hide anything when you first made it, right? Like I said, I called this like near the beginning of the movie. The moment we realized the snake was going to the gala, I was like, oh, the snakes are the ones that made the weather wall. Hang on, I don't want to skip this part. Again, why are polar bears and stuff here, and they're miserably hot because they're polar bears, and then you have the camels and the lizards and everything huddled around a lamp for warmth? Like, why? How does this work? How does this function? How do the weather walls work? I thought it was his grandmother. Yeah, so the weather walls were specifically created to help everyone. All right? And then there you can see it. Hang on, let's see if we can. You can see it a little bit, right? There is Reptile Town. A partner. Yeah. Yep, he just cuts it out. And then they just stamp in a new page. And I don't know how that worked. Yeah. Yeah, she did create the metal cover, but the question becomes why? What point and purpose did the metal cover serve? You know what you get what I'm saying? This is what we had this discussion back at the gala. Why was the metal cover created in the first place? You didn't know you needed to hide anything for it. You didn't know you needed to hide a secret or like anything on the cover. Why did you create the metal cover to begin with? And it's not for longevity because the pages are still made out of normal paper. So why was it metal to begin with? The turtle sees that the page is in the fireplace. The turtle saves the page, gets killed by the lynx to frame it as a snake bite, and framed Gary's great-grandmother. Oh, it's not his grandma, it's his great-grandmother, apparently. Okay. And because she was a snake, everyone believed his lie. Soon no reptiles were welcome. So he literally turns off power to Reptile Town, which, remember, again, nobody remembers this. You have photography, you have lights, everything like that. Nobody remembers Reptile Town at all. Nobody, except they do, because remember they also mentioned the second Tundra Town expansion. What was the first one? What was the first one? Yeah, exactly. Remember, she gave the journal to Linksley. She didn't lose it, she gave it to him. There's no, like, before she knew he was a bad guy, before she knew of the entire thing, that he had the journal she gave to him because he was her partner. He cuts out the original patent, puts his in instead, and throws her patent page into the fire. She literally had no time to put a secret or anything on it. It's not a secret. My great-grandfather buried the reptile neighborhood. And this is what they do, right? Like this. Is it? Like, it's not like it's a secret or anything. And again, how convenient that they put the Tundra Town symbol way down here so it looks like it's perfectly centered everywhere else if you put both of these areas together, but it's not centered in its current configuration, right? How convenient. Oh yeah, from a fire? Oh yeah. Very durable page. And then, on top of that, it has now been burned, so the paper material is weakened, right? And now it has been hidden underneath in an ice cavern for 100 years. And it's normal paper. like I said, it's very convenient that the symbol for Tundra Town was not in the center of Tundra Town. It's in the center of both of these two biomes together, right? No, not even. Not even Anti-Boy Scout, because it doesn't matter, right? They knew the reptiles lived there. They knew the reptiles lived there. It wasn't a secret. This wasn't like a secret reptile land. They expanded. They talk about it in the news. The first Tundra Town expansion. There are paper articles about them getting rid of all the reptiles. He's doing this because he's doing it. This isn't even necessary, right? This isn't necessary to cover anything up. The only reason he's covering this up is so that the mystery can be used. Because for some reason they made the cover out of metal. Like, it's not a secret that they got rid of the reptiles. Remember, there are newspaper articles, dozens and dozens of them, that they got rid of the reptiles. Exactly. The secret is the location of the patent. He doesn't know where the patent page is. He thinks it's destroyed. Right? And let's talk about how convenient it is when we get to the reptile neighborhood, right? That the reptile neighborhood is actually like in a cavern somehow. Exactly, because look where the wall is. The wall's right here. You're blowing all the cold air into the reptile neighborhood anyways. What did you build? Were you originally building the wall? On this curvy bullshit that's gonna waste way more resources than just cutting it, like right here? Like, why? Why is Reptile Town there of all places? To begin with. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? What the fuck? Yes, Reptile Land should be down here. And don't put it right next to the wall. It should have been at like the bottom right corner. Right? It should have been the southeastern corner of the Savannah land, or sorry, Sahara. You see, that stupid lighthouse would be more than enough to keep the place warm. Oh my god, yeah, no. We're gonna build a wall and we're gonna make the lynxes pay for it. Oh my god. Why even have a lighthouse? I don't know why there's a lighthouse. I don't understand. It's a clock tower lighthouse. And I don't know why it's a lighthouse. I don't know. I do not know. Because, again, remember with how the weather wall works, okay? Which apparently is already constructed. Keep this in mind. It's already constructed because he is inside of it when he turns off the power to Reptile Town. So the weather wall has already been constructed. So this is the weather wall. Right? Right? Surely the weather wall would have been here, right? But then why would you put Reptile Land where reptiles need it a little cooler than a desert? Because they need moisture and everything to shed their scales properly. So why would you not have the desert be right up against the wall, but you'd have Reptile Land? Again, none of this makes any fucking sense. Spoiler alert, Zootopia 2 is very poorly written and thought out. Who would have guessed? Uh, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that it's so poorly written? And they said, how convenient that the entirety of Reptile Land, the entirety of the Reptile District is in a cavern somehow, when it was in open sky beforehand. Again, how did it get in a cavern? How did it get in a cavern? Please. Again, her original patent was saved. How do you know her original patent was saved? He doesn't know this. Okay, so he has no idea the original patent was saved. No concept whatsoever. Paulbert might know because maybe his grandma said she hid it, but how do they know she hid it in her house? Did great grandma say she hid it in the house? And then this is the bullshit we're talking about here, right? Look, like I said, how convenient is it that Tundra Town, all these other ones are center of their actual like biome, but Tundra Town's logo is way down here, and they just put some fuck off mountains there, which you don't need. Why did you create a bunch of fuck off mountains there? Put the logo there where it should be. But it is centered if you get rid of Reptile District. Now it's in the center of where it should be. How convenient. I hate this movie so much. I hate this movie so much. It's so bad. Oh, no. 1,000% it was totally made up. And they didn't think any of it through, right? Reptile Land should have been buried in the Sahara area somewhere, right? Or the Savannah. Savannah works as well. Like, that's where Reptile Land should have been buried. But granted, they made up these things in this movie, and they've gotten worse. Like, they're taking over the Marsh Market, which is on the other side, opposite side of Zootopia. You're kidding me. My family's land? How are we going to find it? And that's where they talk about the lighthouse. They're getting tracked. Can't trust Koala because they got 4 thumbs. And again, she's being annoying as shit. He's trying to concentrate so he can pick the lock. Can you please just let me concentrate? And then again, she's just making tons of noise and talking. Distracts him, and he breaks off his nail instead of being able to pick the lock. Also, oh god, Christian furries confirmed. Yep. Love how they thought racial supremacy into the mix just to ensure this isn't just about greed for more land. Yeah. Throw. I get what you mean. She said maybe we are too different. And what did you say before that? The case isn't worth dying for. It isn't worth her dying for, because again, this is what anybody could have intuited based off of how Nick has constantly been acting with Judy, that he's protecting her. He keeps doing things for her, and she keeps taking advantage of him all the time. Every chance she gets, she takes advantage of him. You do have real friends, though. That's again, I don't. This came out of nowhere. He had friends in the first movie. He now suddenly doesn't have friends. But then, here's the kicker: he has friends again when he needs to for the plot. I have to constantly save her from her own stupidity. Yep. I don't want to lose her. Just, I don't know how to say that. I'll open my arms, and it's not the hugging part. I forgot the hugging part. So then he goes to leave. Your partner needs you. We're going to try to get through this. We're going to try to get through this, chat. Hey, it's the fox dad and the woodchuck. What? You don't know who this is. Hey, it's the fox dad and the woodchuck. You know the fox and the rabbit. What? When did you meet the woodchuck? Because we know nobody watches McNibbles or whatever her fucking name. I don't care. I hope she doesn't come back. We know nobody watches her streams or her podcast or anything, right? She has no comments after 8 years on the videos, right? Nobody watches her. Except, miraculously, the mob boss's daughter watches her to put her in touch with Judy and Nick. Because, fucking convenient. Yeah, except Judy, who's also a schizo. Yeah. Call me that again. Yeah, and then, again, because she's a fucking Karen, screams out, gets the police to know they're there. All the other animals are trying to stop them from leaving, and we get to our Silence of the Lambs reference. And this is some stupid bullshit. Why in the fuck? Why in the fuck does this button do what it actually does? Right? Why does this button do what it does? Yeah, no. Again, Paul Bert's not faking it. We knew at the gala that he was alienated, but we don't know why he's alienated. And we know because like his name is Paul Bert Linksley. He didn't marry into the family or anything. He is he's blood related to the family. So why is he the black sheep? You know what I mean? Why? Why is Paul Bert the black sheep of the family? Dude, none of this would have happened. Like, all of this craziness wouldn't have happened if the great-grandfather of the Linksleys didn't, like, make his children be evil, too, for whatever reason. Yeah, Chad, if you hadn't seen it, what do you think this button does? Now knowing that I'm incredibly pissed off at it, you can probably guess. He slaps it, expecting the door to open. Instead, it opens up every single cell in the prison. Why in the fuck is there a button on a exterior door, first off, there's only a single door between them and freedom. But the exterior door has a release all the prisoner button. No, there is actually an emergency open cells button in prisons. But it's in the control room. It is not on the single exterior door that is between them and freedom. Exactly. That's why that particular button is in the control room and not where prisoners might be able to jerry-rig something or throw something and hit it. Because the actual obvious happens. Again, a single door to the outside. Keeping in mind that there are animals like moles and wolves and things like that that are really good at digging. And now, here they are at the yard. And even worse, it's right next to the motor pool. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? I like how this wolf is just along for the ride. The bear is like, you're coming with me, buddy. Let's go. The wolf is like, oh, I don't know. I'm going for the ride. We're here. And they just left their keys in all of those vehicles. Like, every single one of those vehicles had the keys left in them. So why not? Why not? And unless you happen to know the fastest driver in the history of Zootopia, and they bring back the fucking joke of flash, 100-yard dash. Which was a terrible joke in the first movie. And, again, the sloth being as slow as he is, he's going to have reaction times to do any of this. Yeah. Fuck off. Fuck off. So they're getting tracked, as was expected of it. And again, the Z-Bros get stopped by Gazelle, and only get stopped by Gazelle because earlier in the movie, when the Z-Bros were protecting the mayor from what looked like it could have been an assassination attempt, they knocked over one of Gazelle's dancers. That's it. And Gazelle has been holding on to this grudge this entire time, and immediately jumps in to help Judy because the Z-Bros are coming. Yeah. That's it. That's the reason why. In an emergency crisis situation, remember, keep in mind, the dancer was standing in the middle of the way, getting in everybody else's way, gawking, going like, huh? Huh? Oh. Whoa. A snake. Whoa. It's like... You're kidding me. You are actually kidding me. So they're at Burning Mammal, and Gazelle is in a tent with all her boys. You know, remember we said it's the equivalent of Blacked. 100% sure. Just all standing there. Yeah. This is the weirdest one, okay? This is the, like, I know they're all being like weird and goofy and quirky. This fucking wolf and pink, like, aviators and a pink, like, onesie with a tutu on. Just. I don't know. Judy knows, or sorry, Gazelle knows Judy because of the incident from the first movie, and they became friends. Even though Judy fucked up and started the whole race war to begin with. So, moving on. But Judy is famous, right? Power control room, or for like some old part of Tundra Town. They'll ruin us. How? Okay. Pause. Why do the Linksleys think that them getting into the power control room would ruin them? The Linksleys don't know. Paulbert Linksley knows, but he has not told his family. His family has no reason to believe the real deed exists, the real patent. They have no reason to believe that exists. The great-grandfather didn't know about it. None of the other Paulberts knew about it. Keep in mind, he could have done this at any time. When he buried the town, he could have burned down all of the buildings in Reptile Town and bulldozed over them and everything like that, and then it wouldn't have mattered that the patent was there. They have no way of knowing that the patent exists. None. Gary has been in contact with Paulbert, not with any of the other Linksleys. Paulbert knows because Gary knows, right? Yeah, I have no idea how the kids don't know about Reptile Town, which again, there are newspaper postings about it everywhere, and this is called the second time it expanded. Like, what are you doing? Again, they'll ruin us. How? Everybody knows about Reptile Town. How are they going to ruin you by showing Reptile Town exists? Like, what? Nobody cares. They were ousted because of the Viper attacks. Nobody cares. Like, oh my god. No more tranquilizers. Put them down now. We needed that, right? To show that the cops are complicit in this. Linksley is somehow ordering the police to use lethal force. Again, how this hippo didn't stop any sooner, just so they could hit, just so they could send the dart in, and we could have this totally, like, crazy moment where Judy once again does something stupid and gets saved by Nick again. Wait. Was that on the wrong side of the vehicle? Hold on. Hits there. No, it's on the right side of the vehicle. And then the wrong side of the vehicle. Whoa. Pause. Hold on. I need to check that series of events again. Because it's on the correct side of the vehicle, and then it's on the wrong side of the vehicle. Okay. It's on this side, right? It hit the door on the right side of the vehicle. And then it's on the right side. I guess the camera perspective changed for me because I didn't realize that was still the front of the car. I thought they had accidentally put the front of the car towards the back of the camera and the back of the car towards the front, and it was now on the left side. No. All right. I'm glad I went back through that because they've had so many continuity errors. They've had so many continuity errors in this, I wasn't sure. I had to check. Remember, we're at what, like 15 on the continuity error list? I wouldn't have put it past them. I'm glad I double checked. And then you find out that the weather walls can turn on, like the heat thing. It's not just a continuous cycle thing and it's really hot near it. No, they have moments where it's in low power mode and then go to high power mode. And high power mode is apparently instantaneously lethal. To the point where there's actually alarms and everything. Again, fake. It's fake drama. We know nothing's going to actually happen. Yeah, we know Nick isn't going to get roasted, right? I don't know why they have modes. I don't know why they have modes either. And then they can see the light tower. They can see it barely. Right? There it is. Again, conveniently, she's now worried about Nick. The door's locked. And right before he gets absolutely roasted, because it's not just heat, it's a fucking flamethrower, the door opens. Last case, there was kind of a twist. I know. Chunk. Yeah, Judy doesn't even save him. Oh, absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up, Chosama. Like, let's just hit this 100-year-old breaker. What could go wrong? I work as an electrician. I would never hit a 100-year-old breaker. Like, you couldn't pay me to do it. Mm-hmm. That just screams like, you know, I'm gonna take a gamble here. You know, hey, if I die, you don't gotta pay me a cent. If the power is working correctly, we're gonna go from there. Especially when that is a beefy breaker. And keep in mind how old breakers work. Okay? Keep in mind how old breakers work. That thing there, electricity is going through the breaker, the lever itself. It's not a thing that's disconnected. There's no separation. Hold on. Let me go back to that and show it. 20-year-old breakers are fucking scary. Yeah. Okay. So, here we go. This handle and everything, the handle is the safe part. If you touch these, you are fried. Don't do it. It's not a separated thing. You're literally creating the circuit mechanically. It's not a like separated system, right? You're not pushing a lever to hit another lever to hit another lever to give you a bit of like safety between. No, you're genuinely pushing this to go chunk in between and fry like they got so stupidly lucky. They got so stupidly lucky that their asses didn't get cooked. All right. Yeah, Paulbert, evil, stabs Judy, throws the snake out into the cold. So now, Snake is freezing to death. So now I get this on and I burn the original. I'll finally be something in my family. Again, why? Why is this... Like, why was his family treating him so poorly to begin with? Right? So my great-grandma wanted Zootopia to be for everyone. You just fuck off. Best warm-blooded friend. Hang on, I think this is the part. I think this is the part right here. This right here. This. You're literally freezing to death. Judy, I need your permission before I can hug you and save both of our lives. Are you fucking kidding me? Why are you even wasting time asking this? Why are you wasting time asking this stupid question when it's like, if Judy says no, you both just die? Like, why in the hell are you asking for permission to hug? I feel like, I consent. Well, I didn't. Are you two forgetting to ask someone? But they don't do that, because remember, the beaver doesn't ask. The beaver doesn't ask. She just hugs Nick. It's so fucked. Oh. And he actively does wait for her to tell him that it's okay. And then, of course, because warmth is magic, his scales are literally like regaining color. By the way, you want to know what actually happens to reptiles when they get colder? Well, the beaver is a female, you see. Yeah, exactly. They don't need to ask consent, apparently. But you want to know what happens to a reptile when it gets colder? They literally get stupider. Their brain functions start shutting down. Their brain actually requires warmth to process things. When they get colder, they slow down, their brain stops working. He literally wouldn't be able to function properly. Like, he wouldn't be able to think or say anything. And then, of fucking course, by miracle of all miracles, while the snake is getting attacked by the police, and Nick is about to get fucking just wrecked, where does this battle between Nick and Paulbert happen to be taking place? It is directly above the control room that they're at. Just perfectly in line with it. We're coming up to the worst part in the movie, by far, which is... yeah. You know, we're both... don't do it, we'll both die. He slides for it and does it anyways. Throws the anti-venom. Somehow, the snake got away from the police enough to actually get his tail out there and grab it, right? And the anti-venom, unlike for Chief Bogo, the anti-venom is instantaneous. To be fair about the not freezing thing, the snake is currently being aggressively manhandled by multiple mammals. And has a dying bunny in its coils. So, I'll give it that he's not freezing again instantly, right? Because he's currently in a fucking struggle snuggle with four officers. 2 hippos and 2 goats. And then the rhino was at the door. I forgot. The rhino was at the door. And somehow Judy and Gary make it up there in time to stop Nick from falling in a miracle. Judy has finally, for once, saved Nick's life. In this movie, by the way. Nick has constantly been saving her life. She finally returns the favor and saves his life for once. Yeah, we also find out this fall is not lethal. Shockingly. Yeah, and apparently there's enough anti-venom left that he's going to go stick it in the beaver now, too. Yeah, exactly. They can't have it where Paulbert died. And again, Paulbert then does something totally illogical. I should have said it, but I didn't. Well, because I'm an emotionally insecure. You're not. Okay, Nick. You're wrong already. Source of your discomfort. Again, you're wrong. She is literally the source of all of your pain and suffering. You aren't any like discomfort to her in the slightest. She is literally your hell made manifest. Yeah, the gaslighting is real. Who's not good at expressing his feelings. You were always expressing your feelings before. I don't know why suddenly you're not. Yeah, Judy, I care about you. Judy, dumbfounded look. Why? I've been abusing you the entire time. It's called a hustle, sweetheart. It's like, what the fuck? Probably because I've been on my own my whole life. You literally haven't. Again, did you not watch the first movie? He literally hasn't been on his own his whole life. What are you talking about? Oh my god. Uh Yeah, Nick is a dick sometimes, but that's totally fine. It's not an excuse, it's why instead of telling you that you're the best thing that ever happened to me, because you're not. Let's be honest here. Carrots is not. Carrots is his worst nightmare. I make jokes about your ears, and I tell you that you're trying too hard. When you know the truth is, I just don't want you to get hurt. Because no one else in the world matters more to me than you do. That I can believe, but I feel like it's more an abusive relationship. He has the battered husband syndrome, right? Because she constantly abuses him. Constantly. Yeah, after a few years, click, bang. Nick? And then, of course, I do try too hard because I'm afraid that I'm what everyone thinks I am, and I suppress my discomfort because I'm worried. It makes me look weak, and I want to be strong, and I think I'm failing all the time. You literally are failing all the time. Your narcissism is causing suffering to everyone around you. It is incredible. It is incredible. And I take what you say personally because you're the only one in my life who ever believed in me, even when I don't even believe in myself. Again, not true. Not true. And he doesn't actually believe in you. He's constantly telling you to stop doing what you're doing because you're making things worse. It's all about you, Judy. Judy. Exactly. I have unresolved childhood trauma that I refuse to discuss because being vulnerable scares me. I make dangerous choices because I have an unhealthy bunny hero complex. This is the only time she's actually honest. She does have a hero complex. She has main character syndrome. Judy, you can't have imposter syndrome if you actually are a failure. 100%. She doesn't have imposter syndrome. She has main character syndrome. She literally thinks she's the bestest and the greatest ever. This is literally in stark contrast to what she just said. I have an unhealthy hero complex. You really do. It's so like, because I wanted to be a cop, I jumped because I always wanted to be a part of a pack. Okay. I'm getting rid of the bunny because no, she is a hero complex, 100%. Losing you scares me because you're my pack. Should never have left you, and I do need a herd of therapy animals. And I should have told you that you're the only partner I ever wanted in my life because you're my fluffle. That's a bunch of rabbits. Okay. Yeah, he's a fox. You don't have a pack. You have a family unit. That's it. I mean, technically, okay. Technicality, what is a pack in a wolves? It's a family unit, right? But I don't know why he's suddenly like, I wanted a pack. You're a fox. I don't know why. And you had friends before. We saw one of them in the start of the movie. We saw the other one just here that saved Judy's life again. Am I, by the way? I made it. Okay. And then for whatever reason, Paul Bert escapes. He escapes. But he doesn't go after the patent. They just magically get down here really quickly, by the way. the Coca-Cola polar bear reference. Because we needed more references in this, right? Coca-Cola polar bear. And then instead of going to get the patent right now, he goes home. Why? Why did you go home? Dad, you don't belong in this family. Wait, Dad! Again, blood relative. Didn't marry into the family. He's a direct descendant. Why do they treat him so badly? Why? I know where the reptile neighborhood is buried. Where to find the real patent? Do you know what would have been better here? If he actually went... Yeah, we have no idea why he's on the outs to begin with. But if he actually went and got the patent and brought it here, and the confrontation could have happened here, that would make more sense. Right? But no, he stops here to, like, tell his family all the deets and stuff like that. And this is when the mayor obviously overheard all this. Again, the only reason why... Like, holy shit. This is the only reason why he actually showed up here, was so that the mayor could be confronted and be shown to be a good guy. And when I say good guy, I mean like a total fucking weakling, wimp, coward who was going along with it because he was, like, threatened. And then again, another one. Why are our heroes confronting them here now? Why? Yeah, Lionheart got arrested for less. Much less. Remember, Lionheart was a genuine hero. But they show up to attack the Linksley's manor instead of going to get... Oh, I forgot that somehow... I forgot how nonsensical this door is. Hold on. Hold on. I forgot. I forgot this door is literally the outside world. And then this is also the outside world. Where in the fuck are they in this manor? What the shit? I forgot. I forgot that both sides are the outside, the outdoors. So then we get to, like, this. For whatever reason, we needed a Shining reference. Like, in a kid's movie, we needed a Shining reference. Like, this movie is just chock full of references because they don't know what they're doing. It's just reference. Why did we need a Shining reference? What is going on? What is happening here? It would have been more obvious as a Shining reference, I guess, because they did go through the door. But, you know, if you would have said, "Here's Beaver" or something like that, right? But oh my god. Then they drive through everything. They drive through with a snowplow and then knock Linksley over. Bunnies, we're burrowers. They battle him. And Dirtbag Fox and a dumb bunny never stand in my way. She's not a dumb bunny. You're forgetting one thing. We're friends with a snake. Okay, so they knock him unconscious. And then the mayor horse just attacks and beats the shit out of all the lynxes by himself, somehow. Yeah, okay, so here we go. They wrap him up in ropes, alright? They wrap him in ropes. So it's like, cool, okay, everyone's out of the fight. We've always been better than you. They then go into the tower, to go down into Reptile Town, and it's by some miracle, it is still connected to the grid, like the whole town, and it's in a cavern. Even though it got snowed on, they didn't build a dome around it or anything. It's in a cavern. Somehow. And by the way, when I say grid, I mean she comes over and fixes the light, and it turns on all the other lights. And they're just in a magical cavern that formed out of the hopes and dreams of the writers wishing they could be better. I can't even. I can't even. Again, he knew where it was the entire time. The moment that he kicked the reptiles out, why didn't he just go to the snake's house, burn it down, steamroll it or whatever, if he knew about the actual patent? Because he didn't. And if he didn't know about the patent, then why did revealing that Reptile Town existed when everyone knew it existed and they were kicked out, why would that have ruined the Lynxleys? Yep, by one loose bulb. And that stopped the entire town's infrastructure from getting the power it needed. And thank God those 100-year neglected lines have not corroded away, especially in the harsh, freezing cold and constant moisture pushed against them, because we know copper and metal really loves moisture against it at all times, right? It's a big fan. Yeah, Paulbert surprises him about the patent. He didn't know, so why would revealing Reptile Town ruin the Lynxleys? Yep. So then, again, there's nothing. Oh, this is where they prove the one thing. Because they're like, do they wear like a sleeveless coat or something? And it's a sock. A long sock. Which again, how did this not decay and fall apart and everything like that? Because let me tell you something. Fibers love being in the cold forever. The thermocycling, expansion, and everything like that, oh, they love it. Love it. Never a problem. One long sock. Yeah. And remember, the snake's last name is the Snake. Because clever. The whole fucking town is daisy chained. What an electrical nightmare waiting to happen. Oh, baby. Absolutely. Okay, so they go in, and the inside is somehow warm enough for Gary, even though there's nothing actually generating the heat temperature right now. Keep in mind, and you may be saying, well, maybe the houses were heated. They weren't, because this was like a desert. No, this was a desert before. Remember, they didn't need. This is a hot area. I guess you could argue because deserts get cold, maybe they have heating, but there's no ventilation systems here. Yeah, everything is pristine. Like, really? This is one of the cute things I like. I like that the rug is literally like curvy like a snake. That's cute. Why would you have snake scale patterns on your wall? Imagine human flesh texture on your wall. This, I will forgive this because pearlescent effects would look really nice. You know what I mean? If you were going for that aesthetic. And there is a little bit of pearlescence here, but it's not like the one you can see that they kind of like shimmer, right? See? So at least there's shimmering to it, right? And look at all these goobers. Look at all these goobers. Also, this is pretty adorable. I'm not gonna lie, right? That's pretty cute. Thinking about like why would the snakes wouldn't have a thing of height? They do length. It's like, okay, somebody has a couple ideas, right? Wait, wait, I just read those names. Hold on. Shit. Carrie, Mary, Larry, Barry, Terry, Sari, Cherry. Are you fucking kidding me? I know. What are they feeding Cherry? Cherry had some growth spurts, didn't they? And then they stopped. Okay. So then he finds the music box, which is a rabbit, apparently, and, with a snake. Good evening. Good evening. Again, don't know why. They find the deed, but then, yeah. I'm a real Linksley. How did you get out of the ropes, sir? How did you get out of your ropes? And then, how do you know where they are? Or where they're going? You know what I mean? How did Hogbottom know where in the fuck they were going? Did Hogbottom untie them? Untie him, and then he like, I'm gonna burn them all. Destroy the evidence. And Hogbottom just like, what the fuck? And just followed? Like, what? How did this series of events play out? Because remember, the last time we saw Hogbottom, they were in Sahara Town. They didn't even come across. They were going to the building. You could say Paulbert had a real boring ending. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then again, another fucking reference. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Stop with the fucking references. Oh my god, please. And then, why are all of the reporters here? They're just here suddenly. Shame he went absolutely hog wild at the end. He got room and board. Oh my god. But again, there's just a massive amount of reporters here. This movie was written by Schizo. It fucking was. Along with a pit viper and a beaver, foiled another major conspiracy, revealing the true inventor of the city's weather walls was a snake. While the now disgraced Linksley family, like, I don't understand how any of this works together. You've not heard the last of Milton Linksley. Their Tundra Town expansion, now officially canceled. And then here we go again. Here we go again, where they didn't watch the first movie. What was Nick's advice in the first movie, right? If you want to hold a good press conference, you don't actually answer the questions that are presented to you, right? Like, you don't actually answer the questions, you offer your own question and answer that instead. But no, there's a lot of different animals out there. And sometimes we start to look at it's the most painful moralizing you've ever heard about diversity is our strength nonsense, right? That's what it comes down to. That's all it's about. That is the message for this movie. And then, like, how? Here's my question. How in the fuck do you have Reptile Town back? How is Reptile Town back? Okay? Did you move the weather walls? Again? How many millions and millions of dollars is that gonna cost? Oh my god. Oh my god. Or did you just rebuild Reptile Town somewhere else? Please tell me you rebuilt the town somewhere else. Like, do not tell me you somehow spent all that money to move the weather walls. But I don't think they did. I think they literally moved the weather walls. Again, why are these two in partner therapy, right? Why are these two actually in partner therapy? They are literally the same. You know what I mean? They are what partner therapy says they should be. Love that reptiles are just accepted because one event, 100 years of discrimination, just gone in a day. Yep. And again, I don't think they moved. I think they genuinely moved the weather walls because I think this is the actual DeSnake household. And then the goofiest fucking ball, the goofiest pit I've ever seen. A pit of pit vipers, huh? I just realized that. This is my family. I'm trying to see if I saw the specific wall or anything. That'd be like no, but I 100% think they moved the weather walls again. I don't know because then that would fuck over Tundra Town. They can't adjust. They can't adjust the weather wall where it is because the weather wall is currently in a spot that it's shitting cold all over Reptile Town. You would have to keep the one weather wall to keep the desert going and then build a second weather wall and then turn off half of the first weather wall on the cold side of the weather wall. Oh. Well, fuck Tundra Town, apparently. Yeah, and then we get the awful, ending and everything. They use the drones and stuff like that. And blah. Stop autoplay. Fuck off. Was there an end screen? Oh, yes, there's the end screen. I forgot. Where, again, because they're like, oh, and by the way, we didn't forget about our feathery friends. Ho, 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 ho. Investigating a rabbit who strangled her neighbors. Yeah, and then here we go. We just have a bird feather just suddenly oh, the grace of an eagle. The birds are coming. The birds are coming. How the ride of Paul Revere. So, where are we going to get the bird district? Which we shouldn't even need because they can just be in the biome that they're fit for. This is the worst part of it, too. Are you actually going to tell me that, they're going to try to shit another district in here somewhere? Oh, my God. Zootopia 3, Raptor Hell. An unkindness of ravens is about to descend upon Zootopia. This follows after the terrible incident of the murder of crows. I love that. I don't know who came up with that term, but I love the fact it's a murder of crows means a bunch of crows, and an unkindness of ravens is a bunch of ravens. Somebody was bitter. Somebody was absolutely bitter. Oh my God. Oh, an extra long stream, chat. I hope you enjoyed it. Aren't all collective nouns just made up by writers? No, that's the weird thing. I don't know who's the first one to do it. I don't know where murder of crows or an unkindness of ravens came from. You know what I mean? A pack of wolves, a fluffle of bunnies, and then it's like an unkindness of ravens, which I find is the funniest one because it's so not like a word. It doesn't sound like a word, like unkindness. Fox is a skulk of foxes. Oh no. Yep. We're done. Chat. I think I might take tomorrow off. We had 2 extra long streams dealing with Zootopia. I think I might take tomorrow off. I'm gonna treat myself. I'm gonna treat myself, and tomorrow is just gonna be a me day. No more Zootopia. No, we're done. Where crows were associated with death and ominous events due to their scavenging behavior. What about an unkindness? Where did an unkindness of ravens come from? What's its origins? Ow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow, ow. I need a pack. I need a pack. Doesn't sound right. Well, it's normally called a skulk of foxes. Okay, pack it is. Okay. Right. Well, chat. Parting is such sweet sorrow. I know you will enjoy the misery and suffering. But I am going to get out of here. And yeah, I'm going to take tomorrow off just because you got me for way more time than normal, especially on this one, but I wanted to get this out of the way. Holy shit. Oh, term unkindness of ravens originated in the 15th century, first appearing in print in the Book of St. Albans, which was a hunting manual. It reflects a medieval misconception that ravens were cruel parents believed to abandon their young prematurely. Strange. Yeah. Yep, good night to you. And again, feel free to join the Discords. We do a movie every single Saturday. I don't know what we're doing this Saturday. I'll decide it. But in the meantime, chat, hopefully you take care. Have a fantastic day. Stay safe and healthy. Get fit, get ripped. And I will see you back here. Yes, on Thursday. The belch. It was perfectly timed. Yeah. Bye-bye for now, everyone. Yeah.